game is brought to you by Benton West City Subway, Weeks Chrysler Dodge Jeep Chevy Polaris and Victory in Benton, U.S. Bank, Martin's Restaurant and Catering, Kimmel Chaplain Pharmacy, Mr. D's Drive-In, SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton, Jesse Drew Rockin' Material, Dr. Simpson DDS in Benton, Wilkins Auto Body, All Stars and Stitches, Drew and Drew Attorneys, Skibo Family Eye Care, Tim Millenbein at Edward Jones, Benton Junior Football Association, and Red Lake College. Now, let's head out to the field and every action-packed play of Rangers football. Here's the voice of the Benton Rangers, Jim Muir and Justin Wyant.
A very pleasant good evening from Quillman Field in Pinckneyville, and welcome to Benton Ranger football action here on WQRL. Thanks very much for joining us this evening. I'm Jim Muir. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play action as the Rangers meet the Pinckneyville Panthers. This is Week 3 play here in Southern Illinois. Our pregame show tonight being brought to you by your Benton West City Subway. Your Benton West City Subway is all about finding the freshest veggies. You'll find a cool, crisp rainbow of flavor that will be the perfect partner for your taste buds. From spinach to jalapenos, tomatoes to cucumbers, and much more. Get your veggie on at your Benton West City Subway. That's the Benton West City Subway. They bring you our pregame show here on Ranger football action. The Rangers enter this game tonight with a record of 1-1, coached by Jeremy Clodfelder in his 8th year. The Panthers are coached by Todd Thomas. He's in his 2nd year at Pinckneyville. The Panthers are 2-0 heading into Week 3 play. I'm joined tonight by Justin Wyant and by Travis Severin. And Justin, first, we talk about this Benton team. A 41-6 loss at Carterville Week 1, a big win last week in a game that was split between Friday night and Saturday night. But you and I talked about it after the game. We talked about during the game, talked about this week. I think this Benton team, a young Benton team, really grew up a lot in Week 2.
Sure. People are going to look at the Carterville score, 40-6 or 41. I don't remember off the top of my head, but people are going to think, wow, that team got blown out. They must be lacking something. Well, that wasn't the case. They made a few mistakes. They weren't able to get the ball in the end zone late. In drives a couple times, and then Carterville, the good team they are, they added on and did what they're supposed to do, get out with a win. But they improved, then that is, improved from Week 1 to Week 2 drastically. They got better in all facets of the game. Players grew up a little bit. They saw what it was like to get your butt handed to you on a Friday night, and they didn't like it. They came back out the next week. They improved. They had a better week of practice. And they got a big win over Sparta. They put up a lot of points. Defense played well. Special teams did the job as well. I'm looking for more improvement. You've got to have more improvement going into Week 3 because now the opponents that you're facing are just going to get that much tougher. And after tonight, the season will be 1/3 of the way over with, and we'll go into conference play next week. So you've got to improve tonight in this game and head into conference play with a little momentum, Travis.
And certainly Travis Severin also alongside. And Travis, Week 3, the Rangers are at 1-1, and while we don't want to hang the label of must game or big game on this, it certainly is an important game, Travis.
Oh, it's a huge game, Jim. If you look back to last year when Benton was knocked out by Pinckneyville Week 3, the three of us talked about how crucial that game became, especially with the way the last 2 weeks of the season turned out for the Rangers. So, yeah, this is a pivotal game. You're going into playing Heron next week. We talked about the seasons in thirds. This is your first third of the season. You want to get better each week. The Rangers obviously played a lot better against Sparta last week. You got a Pinckneyville team that's putting up crazy numbers the first 2 weeks. So, yeah, the Rangers need to come out of here with a W. If they could be 2-1 going into Heron, it sets up conference play. And let's face it, it's not easy to go to Harrison Sports Bruce Complex.
And we'll talk also. We might as well get it out of the way early on in the broadcast. Certainly one of Benton's better players and better athletes not with the team tonight. That is Mark Torres, has got a nurse and an injury, but also a death in his family, and we wish him the very best tonight. He's with his family, and but we've all been around high school sports enough. I want to get your thoughts from both of you. Let's go back to Travis, and then we'll get to Justin. But sometimes in opportunities like this, it creates an opportunity for somebody to step up and rise to the occasion. I think that's what Benton is counting on tonight.
Oh, they're counting on it. I mean, we're all going to talk about it. You guys will be on the air calling this throughout the game while I'm down the sideline. You know, we talk Styles, Van Horbeck, Richardson, Owens, Trey McDaniel. Those kids get a chance to step up tonight. We know that Mark Torres, 7 catches for $120 last week and a touchdown. Cruz Hayes was right behind him with 90 yards receiving. So those were the 2 big targets. You take one of those out of the offense, it changes things. But, Justin, you know, Jim, and us, as much as we're around sports, what an opportunity for another young guy to step up and say, hey, I can do it too, Coach. Give me the rock.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head right there. The only thing I'll be worried about tonight, as I talked about it for the first 2 weeks of this season, I talk about it all the time during the seasons, is for a quarterback, you find that guy that you can rely on in the offense where if you get in trouble, dump it out there to him, and he's going to do his best work with the football, and he's going to help you get positive yards instead of taking a sack or something. And Torres was that guy for Caleb Rock. So that's one thing I'm looking for tonight. Somebody has to step up, be a playmaker, and be available on every single play and give it 100% all night long.
I think one of the keys also tonight is something that Coach Clodfelder talked about, and the difference between Friday night and Saturday night last week, as we kind of got two different small two-quarter games in the weekend of action. But he really wanted to concentrate on the running game and getting the running game established. This Benton passing game has been phenomenal through it, particularly last week. Even in week one, I thought they had some big passes, had the one 80-yarder called back. But if Benton can establish a running game, that just makes the pass that much tougher.
Well, I agree with you, Jim. I mean, Clay Kelly is what they want to set up tonight. They want Clay Kelly and Jordan Kulick to be able to run the ball between the tackles. And then if they can break something when they get to the second level, they can make a cutback, they make something happen, that's great. But they want to be able to control the clock and then pop it, hit Hayes or hit Van Horbeck or Richardson or somebody on the outside. But this offense tonight, just you know this, they don't want to just come out and have to gun it every time.
No, and rarely do you see a team pass to set up the run. It's usually run sets up the pass. You spread the defense out a little bit. And we talked to Jeremy after the first two games. We talked to him on the phone. We whatever. He wants to run the football. He wants to pound it up the middle, wear the defense out a little bit, and then hit you with a 15, 20-yard pass over the middle or something, just to kind of spread you out a little bit and see what happens. That's his game plan, and he wants to stick to it.
I want to remind you that you're listening to the Benton West City Subway pregame show here on Ranger Football. It's September at your Benton West City Subway. The Italian BMT is this month's featured $5 footlong, and sweet onion chicken teriyaki is the $3 6-inch select. So celebrate September at your Benton West City Subway at the Wren Lake Plaza. That's the Benton West City Subway. They bring you our pregame show here on Ranger Football. I had a chance to catch up with Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder, get his thoughts on this crucial Game 3, the game before we start into Ohio Division play next week on the road at Heron. Let's get a quick break, and we'll come back with Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder back after these messages.
At Subway, we're seriously into veggies, just like you. So we get right to work every morning, selecting the best ones, rinsing, slicing. With this cool, crisp, colorful rainbow, your sandwich comes to life before your very eyes. A one-of-a-kind creation just bursting with flavor. We're all about finding unique veggies. And not just the expected, all kinds, like spinach and red onions. So come in and get your veggie on at Subway.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price. Back to Benton Ranger football on Q106.
Welcome back to Quillman Field in Pinckneyville and our coaches report. We are joined now by Benton Ranger head football coach Jeremy Clodfelder. And Jeremy, before we talk about tonight's matchup in Week 3 against the Pinckneyville Panthers, let's go back 1 week and let's look at the Rangers' solid 40-12 victory over an improved Sparta team. I know the 2014 Rangers are a long way from where you want and expect them to be, but the victory over Sparta held a lot of positives and a lot of areas of improvement for your young team.
Well, without question, you hit the nail on the head right there, Jim. I think with the circumstances and the way they were, for us to have that 24-hour delay, I love the way our team responded. Sometimes those can be difficult, really, whether you're home or away, and we all talked about that at length about who kind of had the advantage because of the delay and so on and so forth. I really thought our team put together a tremendous drive when you go about 6 minutes and 15 seconds and 77 yards. We kind of did it with a lot of balance in terms of distribution. A lot of different guys touched the ball on that drive. We did it in the run game, the pass game. I really thought that drive was great. And then we kind of got sparked and made some big plays happen throughout the rest of the night. We took care of the football. And defensively, really minus the 71-yard run with 30 seconds to go in the game, our defense held them to about 85, 86 yards of total offense. So pretty good night overall in really every phase of the game.
I know that you're very regimented in your daily routine and throughout each week, and the fact that the Rangers had to come back on Saturday, play on Saturday night to finish up from Friday night when weather issues stopped the game, did that disrupt your approach to this week's game?
You know what, it really didn't. Obviously, because of the game we play against the folks down the road once a year on Saturday, we have a process about how we go about Saturdays. It's a little bit unique in terms of the comeback in the game and so on and so forth, and getting ready to play another Friday night game. But what we really did was we kind of just put it to bed. We won the game. We talked about some mistakes and some corrections and some things we needed to fix, and then we went straight to the Pinckneyville tape. We kind of put it to bed. We weren't going to sit there and gloat about ourselves and how well we played and so on and so forth. We commended them, and then we went on to the next one, and I think that was the best way for us to handle it, is to get on to Pinckneyville.
Pinckneyville was in the same situation as the Rangers. Their game also suspended, and that afforded you the opportunity to see Pinckneyville in person Saturday afternoon rather than on tape. Tell us about the Panthers, who sit at 2-0 heading into this interdivisional matchup against the Rangers tonight.
Well, obviously they're at 2-0, and that's big for them. I'm sure they feel a lot of confidence, and their self-esteem is really good going into this game. They're a nice football team. They're not overly big up front while they have a little size, but what they do is they get off the ball extremely well. I think they've got a fullback that's about 5'11", 200 pounds. He runs downhill. And then the slot and wing backs are the most impressive guys, really. Lazenby and Fisher are two kids that can run the counter play, and once they run the toss, they really get on the edge fast. And the thing they run toss is they don't get out there and stutter and look for room. It's almost like they continue gaining ground, and they weave as they read their blocks, and they're always getting downfield. We got our hands cut out. We got our hands full this week without question. They have a nice play action game, and the quarterback does it pretty well. We got to watch him deal it around a little bit on Frankfurt. And defensively, they're just very sound. They're disciplined. They're going to play a 3-3 stack most of the night against us. But that's something we see in practice every day.
Tell us the keys to the game tonight from the Rangers' perspective. What does Benton have to do to move to 2-1 with the Ohio division schedule starting next Friday night at Heron?
Well, I think we got to progress. I think that's what we got to do. We got to build off of the success that we had a week ago. We got to continue to put drives together. We got to continue to make plays. Defensively, we got to get 3 and outs and try and create opportunities to get takeaways and then finish those deals off. Offensively, we need to continue to take care of the football. I've been fairly pleased with us taking care of the football. We put it on the ground a couple of times last week while we recovered it on our own. Got to clean that up. But I think we just got to go out and be. I think we got to go out and we got to play discipline. We got to play discipline in every phase of the game. They've got a great kicker, so we can't necessarily be a bend, don't break. Because if you give this guy an opportunity to get field goal range, he'll get him points. We saw him kick a 37-yarder last week that would have probably been good for about 45. Just a sophomore, got a really nice strong leg on him. And we got to go over there and embrace the environment. They're 2-0. I'm sure their crowd's going to be excited. We're 1-1. It's the last non-conference game before both schools start divisional play, and we got to go over there and we got to start fast and play for 48 minutes.
And it's amazing how we wait for the season to start, and after a night we're a third of the way through. Talk about health-wise. How are the Rangers heading into this matchup here against Pinckneyville?
You know what you kind of are right now, week 3, is you kind of get banged up. You kind of get beat up. You're a little bit nicked up. You're going hard in practice. You've been going since late July, early August, trying to get prepared and ready for games. And we're probably no different than everybody else right now. We've got a guy there or two that might be a game-time decision. But we've got some bumps and bruises that we just got to nurse and take care of.
Very good. That is Benton Ranger head football coach Jeremy Clodfelder. Jeremy, good luck tonight against the Pinckneyville Panthers.
Thanks, Jim.
That's Coach Clodfelder on our coach's report. We'll be back to Quilman Field in Pinckneyville with exciting Benton Ranger football that is straight ahead here on WQRL. Back for more of our Benton West City Subway pregame show following these very important messages.
Some of us put our life savings under the mattress, while others use a coffee can. For a safe and valuable means of saving your money that you would like to pass on someday to someone special, talk to SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton about single premium whole life insurance. You will immediately increase the amount you can leave to your heirs without any negative tax implications. Sound too good to be true? Call SCD Ray & Sons, your Pekin Insurance Agency, at 439-7557 for all the exciting and valuable details of single premium whole life insurance.
Everyone has a lunch special, but what's special about it? At Mr. D's, you get great food at the best price, like the burger combo. A hearty, tasty burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.39. That's right, less than $5 for a full meal. Now that's special. Mr. D's has all of your favorites, from chicken strips with gravy to chili dogs to savory barbecue, even a tilapia fish sandwich. Wash it down with your favorite drink like a blueberry Mountain Dew or a milkshake or ice cold Pepsi. Try an ice cream cone for dessert. Mr. D's Drive-In on North Main, Benton.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Quillman Field here in Pinckneyville. Glad to have you alongside with us tonight. A beautiful night for high school football. We were talking earlier, Justin and I were talking driving over, checked the temperature the night before game time, 32 degrees difference between last Friday night and tonight. 93 degrees last Friday night in Benton when we kicked off against the Sparta Bulldogs. 61 here tonight, going to be in the 50s before the night's over. So a lot of hoodies, a lot of jackets, and it feels like football weather, Justin.
Yeah, the thing is, next week, though, if you know Southern Illinois weather, and most of you listen do, it could be either snowing next week or it'll be 100.
Absolutely, but great facility here at Pinckneyville. They got a brand new all turf weather. I should say a turf field and all weather track. A new press box here, our first time in the press box, and just a really a nice facility and great hospitality here. We've been checked on by numerous people asking if we're okay, and they've even delivered up grilled hot dogs here in the press box tonight with sodas, and they're treating us very well, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest hot dog in Perry County, I guarantee it.
The Rangers at 1-1 go against the Panthers at 2-0. Pinckneyville has wins over Redbud in week 1, and then they laid a 51-21 thumping on West Frankfort last weekend in a Friday-Saturday matchup that concluded on Saturday afternoon. They're 2-0 under Todd Thomas. Todd Thomas is a guy that has got some coaching experience. He coached under Jeff Roper at Benton High School for a few years and has got a lot of experience as an assistant coach, but he's doing a really good job here at Pinckneyville.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeff is somebody I really respect heavily, and he comes from the same coaching cloth as Jeff does. He likes to run the ball, he likes to play physical, and then he'll throw it when he has to, and that's what we see out of Pinckneyville.
And we're getting set for our national anthem here at Quillman Field. So let's get in a break. Let's take 90 seconds, and we'll come back for Benton Ranger football action here on WQRL. A nice rendition of the national anthem performed by the Pinckneyville High School Marching Band. And, again, glad to have you alongside with us tonight here from Pinckneyville. Justin, let's talk about the keys to the game. What do you see? And it has to happen for the Rangers to get out here with a victory tonight.
Well, just a couple small things. I think Coach mentioned, be quick off the ball. He thinks Pinckneyville's really quick off the ball, the way they run their offense. As a defense, you need to be as quick, if not just a little bit quicker, and try to get to the ball carrier. They're going to try to disguise it just a little bit like Carterville did. Probably not as well, but they're going to try the same things. You got to get to the ball, and you got to get them on the ground. You got to play to the whistle. These guys play all the way to it, and sometimes all the way through it. So you got to be ready for that, and you got to be ready to play to the whistle tonight. Tonight's Keys of the Game brought to you by Heartland Office Supply in Benton. For paper clips to office furniture, Heartland Office Supply is your one-stop shopping spot for all your office supply needs. Inkjet cartridges, toner for copiers, file folders, envelopes, and custom order stamps. Heartland Office Supply has it all. Visit them online at heartlandofficesupply.com or give the good folks at Heartland a call at 435-4264. That's Heartland Office Supply, located at 111 East Lawrence Street in Benton, bringing you our Keys to the Game, Jim.
And we talked about it being our first game here in the new facilities here at Pinckneyville. 2 years ago, we were over here in Week 3 action, and we knew coming over that there was going to be a threat, and a very likely threat of some very serious weather coming through. And we got just a couple minutes into the game, and they stopped the game. We retreated for cover, sacked up our equipment because we were broadcasting from under a tent on the sidelines because they had not built a new facility yet. And the big winds blew through. It was about 70-mile-an-hour winds blew through here. And we got knocked off the air with a storm that went through Franklin County and never did get back on the air that night. But we're pretty confident with the weather tonight here. Chilly night here in Southern Illinois, but really a good night for high school football. We're waiting on Travis Severin. He's going to connect with Bob Pinckney here in just a moment to talk about the defensive matchups tonight. And I think Travis has probably connected with him. We're going to wait and see and get a signal from him. But, Justin, let's look at the starting lineups here very quickly as we wait for Travis, and we'll talk about how the Rangers will line up tonight.
Offensive starters for the Benton Rangers. At ends would be Trey McDaniel, number 1, Cruz Hayes, number 22, and Cole Richardson, number 2. At tackle would be Ben Pankey, number 71, Bryden Picklesheimer, number 63. Guards tonight are number 68, Raymond Smothers, and number 75, Trevor Johnson. At center would be Devin Seaviking, number 56. Running backs tonight are Clay Kelly, 34, and Jordan Kulik, number 31. And at quarterback for the Rangers in Week 3 is Caleb Rock, number 3. On the defensive side, your defensive ends are Cruz Hayes, 22, Clay Kelly, 34. Your tackles are Dustin Minton, 77, Jeremy Clements, 73, and your guard is Josh Goodman, 66. Linebackers are Peyton Smith, 32, Tristan Swagonski, 21, Jordan Kulik, 31, and your defensive backs are Trey McDaniel, number 1, Cole Richardson, number 2, and Chase Owens, number 4. And your starting lineups are brought to you by Martin's Restaurant and Catering, located at 412 East Main Street in Benton. Martin's Restaurant and Catering is a longtime sponsor of Benton Ranger and Ranger Athletics. Stop by and visit Bob Martin and his fine staff. Check out their daily lunch specials and those very good homemade pies. That's Martin's Restaurant Catering. They bring you our starting lineups here in Week 3 action against the Pinckneyville Panthers.
And we'll send it to Travis Severin, who has connected with Bob Pankey. We'll get his thoughts on the defensive matchup here tonight. Travis?
Hi, thanks a lot, Jim. Yeah, down here on the field with Coach Bob Pankey, the defensive coordinator of the Benton Rangers. Coach, it feels like football weather tonight, brother.
Yeah, it's finally here. We're excited. This is my kind of weather right here. This is where my comfort zone is. It's nice. It's going to be a good night for football. Good weather, good temperature. We're excited about it.
Your defense played a lot better last week against Sparta. How do you carry that over tonight against a Pinckneyville team that's put up over 90 points in 2 weeks?
We had, as I said last week, we had a great week of preparation the previous week leading up to the Sparta game, and we felt like we had a really good week of preparation this week also, just being locked in and focused. And so our thought process is it's going to carry over into tonight just like it did last week.
Give me your keys tonight, and I'll let you go. I know let's get ready for kickoff.
Pinckneyville, we think, is similar to us in some ways. They're probably not super deep. They're probably not really big, but they've got some athletes. They've got a little bit of speed. So defensively for us, if we can contain the edge, they like to toss and run boot passes and some things out in the flats and those types of things, and as well as other plays also. But if we can contain the edge, we feel like we've got a pretty good chance tonight.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Jim, Justin, you heard Coach Bob Pankey's take on what his defense has to do. This one thing that I've heard from Bob and also from Coach Crosby down the field earlier is these guys do a lot of stuff in motion, and you got to watch the quarterback. He'll be in the shotgun, I mean, he'll come under center, and there's guys going in motion left and right. So the Rangers really got to be focused and watch their keys. But that's what Coach Pankey had to say, just to let you know that this. Talking defense with Bob Pankey brought to you by Whittington Church. They always bring us each week with defensive coordinator Bob Pankey right here on Benton Ranger Football. Whittington Church knows the importance of teamwork, and they encourage you to be part of a winning team at one of the many fine churches in our area. That's Whittington Church, wishing a successful season to the Rangers and all the teams in the area. Guys, good luck on the broadcast. Look forward to talking to you at halftime.
Thank you very much, Travis. And again, great job down there on the sideline with Bob. Thank you. That's something we look forward to. And I know our listeners look forward to it each week to get his thoughts right prior to the start of this game. I want to remind you again that this pregame show tonight is being brought to you by your Benton West City Subway. Start your day with the most beautiful breakfast this side of daybreak. Try the steak, egg, white. Let me start again. Try the steak, egg white, and cheese flatbread with all your favorite toppings at your Benton West City Subway. That's your Benton West City Subway. Eat fresh. Benton West City Subway. They bring you our pregame show here on Ranger football. This wraps up the non-conference portion of the schedule for the Rangers, other than Week 9, and it'll be conference play next week. And Justin, you and I know from years of experience that once you start down that grueling path in that Ohio division, that's a long, bumpy road sometimes. So a win here tonight, I think, really, really important for the Rangers to head into that 2-1. Going down to Heron tomorrow or next Friday night for a matchup against the Tigers.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. You've got to get some momentum going this game. You've got to take it to Heron because Heron's picked to win our conference preseason, and rightfully so. They're a good team, great offense, pretty decent defense. So this is a pretty big game for the Rangers here tonight. You want to get off here early and see what you can do against this Panther team who's put up a lot of points in the first 2 weeks. Granted, against Redbud and West Frankfort, and West Frankfort in the Saturday portion of their game were short a few players, but still, putting up that many points is impressive.
The Rangers are in their road uniforms tonight, maroon pants, white jerseys, maroon numerals, maroon helmets. Pinckneyville with new uniforms this year, very unique uniforms. Columbia blue pants, navy blue jerseys with Columbia blue lettering, Columbia blue helmets with a dark blue, navy blue stripe down the middle of the helmet. And I like the uniforms of Pinckneyville sporting brand new uniforms, and certainly a unique look for them.
No, it's a good look. And you see it on Saturdays all the time. These colleges are getting all these new uniforms, and they're getting one for every game now, it seems like. But just kind of right out of the same deal here. Pinckneyville's got some new-looking college-type apparel on tonight. It's neat. I mean, Benton's got some nice stuff on. It's easy to read numbers. I mean, this is the field, turf. Everything's new here. I almost feel like I'm not worthy being here, but I'm going to do the best I can anyway.
Some big games around the area this week we'll be watching tonight. None bigger than that matchup, Murfreesboro at Carterville. Both those teams at 2-0. We'll be getting scores from all over Southern Illinois. Massac County at AJ, Heron at DuQuoin, West Frankfort at Sparta. Also, as we said, Harrisburg at Marion. In the Black Diamond Conference, Carmi-White County at Johnson City is a big game. Also, Vienna at Goreville at Hamilton County. Fairfield will play Pleasant Plains tomorrow. Cessna Blue, Waltonville, Woodlawn at Chester tonight. And also CZR, the Bearcats at El Dorado in the South 7. Carbondale at Waterloo. Centralia at Charleston. Marion versus Harrisburg at Marion. Mount Vernon is in Troy Triad tonight. Belleville Alltop at Breeze Mater Dei. And Cahokia plays St. Louis Northwest tonight. So that's a look at games all around the area. And we'll be bringing you scores throughout the game. We'll also be bringing you scores. Be sure and tune in to the fifth quarter immediately following this game. And we'll have all the scores for you first. We got some great interviews lined up with some sports writers and broadcasters from around Southern Illinois. We'll be highlighting games throughout the area on the fifth quarter. Travis Severin will be back in studio to anchor that. Immediately following this game, Justin and I will join him when this football game is over. The Rangers are going to kick off tonight, so Benton will be on defense first. And the Benton defense has been good. The Benton defense take away a couple of miscues at Carterville, where they gave the Lions great field position, but very solid last week and from start to finish against Sparta.
Yeah, absolutely. Defense we heard about coming into the season should have been our strong point, and so far they are our strong point. Yeah, we put up 40 against Sparta, but you know what? We played about as well as we could have played, and on both sides, three sides of the ball, I think that's all you can ask for. We got to have a game just like that here tonight. You got to play all three phases, the best of your ability, at 100%, no mistakes, and you've got to come out ready to hit because Pinckneyville is ready to hit and they're ready to play ball tonight.
Deep for the Panthers, Trent Hicks and also Alden Lazenby. And Jesse Van Orbeck will tee it up at the 40-yard line. He approaches the ball. It's a squib kick up the middle. It will be fielded by Lasme. He gets between his legs. He runs back inside the 10 to pick it up.
Yeah.
He's converged on by Rangers, and Benton does a great job. And Pinckneyville is going to start out in the hole here as they will take over deep in their own territory. That ball squibbed right through his leg. Looked like a ground ball going through shortstop.
I tell you what, he's mastered the squib kick, hasn't he? It just seems like he squibs it, and it's almost into the end zone every time. I don't know if that's the plan or if he's trying to hit somebody with it, but I like it. He can do it well, so just keep it up.
Pinckneyville will take over on their own 14-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Pinckneyville Panthers. Clayton Hoagland is the quarterback. Now he moves up under center in motion, and handoff going to be up the middle with some room. Out near the 19-yard line, pickup of about 5 yards. We'll wait and see where the official spot is at. They give him 7. 3rd down and 3. The ball is on the 18-yard line. 2nd down and 4, so a nice pickup there for the Panthers on 1st and 10. Again, Hoagland from the shotgun. A lot of movement in the backfield. They send a man in motion. Just do a good job of reading it, and
Drew saves. Got him.
Then you can tell the Rangers were keen on that, and that's going to be a loss. Going to drop back to the ball carrier, first of all, was Jacob Jackson. And it will be a loss back to about the 16-yard line, so it's going to bring up 3rd down, and we'll call it 5.
Big 3rd down here.
Big play coming up. Again, Hoagland from the shotgun. Now he moves up under center. Going to be a keeper, and out to the outside, and with a lot of room, as we'll wait and get a number. That is number 34. That is Trent Hicks, and he takes it out near midfield, and he got to the outside. And one of the things we talked about, Justin, was the Rangers have to key on that outside.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a ball control. They just want to run it, see what they can get there on 3rd down. Try to use a little misdirection, get a couple guys in motion, start out with the quarterback in the shotgun position, put it back under center, quick snap, and it's off to the races that time for Hicks.
He takes it into Benton territory to 49, 1st and 10. Hoagland is a big kid, 6'2", 205 in the quarterback spot. He'll line up in the shotgun, then he'll move under center. Split backs, handoff is going to be to Alex Howard on the carry. Pulls his way down to the 45-yard line. Pick up a 4, 2nd and 6. Very active backfield. They use a lot of motion back there.
Yeah, that's 4 runners already in the first 5 plays.
Hoagland again from the shotgun. Now we'll move back under center. We're going to see that throughout the night. Under center. And going to be a little reverse on a keeper with a big hole. Hicks is going to score. Hicks gets through and takes it in. Hicks takes it in from 45 yards out. Trent Hicks, pardon me.
There's a lot of misdirection in the backfield that time, Jim. There was fake handoff right, fake handoff left, hand it back to him coming around the back, kind of like a reverse. He was able to tuck the ball in almost like he was faking it, and it looked like Benton didn't think he had it, and they just kind of let him go through. By the time we figured it out, it was too late. He was in the 3rd level for a touchdown.
Point after kick up and in. That was Dylan Carnes. I mean, he booted that one. That went nearly completely out on the running track. He's got a leg. That we heard it. That Dylan Carnes was a great kicker for this team. He puts one through the uprights. The Rangers find themselves down quickly here, 7-0 at the 9:40 mark of the first quarter.
The thing with their offense, guys, is you've got to contain. If you're on a defensive end or if you're on an outside linebacker position, you can't over-pursue and think you're just going to get in on making a tackle on the other side of the field. You've got to let the play develop, keep stay home is what they say. You got to stay home, and the runner will come to you, and all you have to do is make the tackle. If you over-pursue, 45-yard touchdowns is what's going to happen.
So the Rangers are going to have to do some adjusting on the defensive side of the football. A lot of misdirection, a lot of movement in that Pinckneyville backfield, and they totally fooled the Rangers on that last play as Trent Hicks got loose and ran 45 yards for the score at the 9:40 mark here of the first quarter. It'll be Jesse Van Orbeck deep for the Rangers. It'll be Carnes to kick it off. Carnes is set. And he booms this one. It'll be Van Orbeck, and it goes out of bounds. Had a lot of leg in it, but it hooked out of bounds and goes out of bounds near the inside the 5-yard line, but it'll be penalized, and Benton will take over in decent field position.
The thing with this, getting down early, you can't dig yourself a huge hole. Now remember, you're without one of your best offensive players, so you got to keep that in mind here. So you got to put something. You got to answer the call right here. If it's a Benton offense, you got to drive down and put a score up just like they did, and get your defense back out there. See if we can hold it.
So the Rangers will take over at their own 35. So the kickoff going out of bounds helps Benton, and they'll take over in good field position at the 35. We'll see what Benton will do here to try and counter that opening touchdown by the Panthers. Caleb Rock will be from the shotgun.
The official is checking the ball. And that is Pinckneyville's football on the kickoff, so we're going to get a new ball coming in. Benton side.
Benton will open up with Rock in the shotgun. Clay Kelly is a single back. Here is going to be a handoff, Kelly.
Face mask. Come on,
and they wrap up Kelly and sack him for a big loss. And no face mask call. He had his hands up in the helmet area, but no call. And the Rangers get off to somewhat of a difficult start here. That's a loss all the way back to the 22-yard line.
13 yards.
So a loss of 13, so it's second down and 23 for Benton. Here's going to be Kelly again. Picks up short yardage. It's going to bring up third and long for Benton. So the Rangers are going to need a big play here on third down. We'll call it third and about 18. Third and 18 for the Rangers.
I mean, to get there. 3.
We are going to battle the clock, the scoreboard throughout the night. The pole, the light pole is right in our vantage point. We're going to have trouble seeing the certain parts of that. Rock back to throw with a lot of time. Wings it out over the middle and incomplete. Incomplete. Intended receiver was Jesse Van Orbeck, and the Rangers are going to be forced to punt it and go 3 and out. And I think going back to what you said earlier, the Rangers have dug themselves a hole, and they've got to shore things up here defensively, Justin.
Yeah. Now, you can't go down 2 scores here. It's just very important that you get back on the field and you contain. You got to watch the football as long as you can. They might get 2-3 yards, but they're going to come to you. All you got to do is tackle. If you over pursue, it's going to be a running fest all night long for Pinckneyville.
Carterville leads Murphy 7-0 on a 1-yard run by Bazillion. Here's Van Orbeck. Punts it away, line drive, hoping for a bounce. Gets one.
Good.
Takes it all the way down to near the 30-yard line. So it was a line drive kick that took a Benton bounce, and the Rangers will set Pinckneyville back, and they'll take over. The Panthers will take over at their own 32-yard line. The Rangers down 7-0 in the event you just joined us. And Benton needs to shore things up here on the defensive end. Marion 7-0 over Harrisburg, 10-10 left in the game. Heron up 7-0 over DuQuoin early in the game. Hoagland again under center, moves under center finally. Man in motion, Hoagland back to throw, wings it out, and incomplete. Incomplete. Intended receiver for the Panthers was Dalton Peridotto. Incomplete pass, and it's second down and 10. Second and 10.
You know, that's a little bit of a mystery to me why you come out and throw on first down when you just basically ran 5 plays, running plays, and scored on us in about 1 minute and 35 seconds. But you know what? We'll take that. Good defense by the Rangers.
Again, it's Hoagland under center. In motion will be Hicks. They run a little reverse, and nice pursuit by the Rangers as they pick Hicks up coming through. He picks up about a yard. It's going to bring up third down and long. In fact, they give him nothing. It's marking back at the line of scrimmage. I want to remind you that our scoreboard brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Stop by and see Big Dave. Ask about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. Here's one that might surprise you. Chester Valier jumps out. Goes 85 yards in 3 plays. Lead Chester 8-0 early in the football game. Hoagland lines up in the shotgun, puts his hands out like he's going to receive the ball, and then he'll move under center. Now he stays back in the shotgun. Looking, and now he's going to run with the football. And breaks tackles, and the Rangers do a poor job that time of trying to contain Hoagland, who picked up a first down. Justin, it should have been tackled probably with a loss.
Yeah, he should have. You know, he wanted to pass the football, but he took what the defense gave him. There was a little bit of an opening there. He hit the first level, and then there was a whole lot of arm tackles and some missed tackles. By the time they got him down, he got a first down. You got to get better on defense. You got to get better on tackling if you want to stay in this football game.
Takes it all the way out to the 46-yard line. First and 10 for the Pinckneyville Panthers. Hoagland, again, will stay in the shotgun. Quick strike to the outside and caught. And again, the Rangers can't wrap up to Fisher, Tristan Fisher on the reception. Fisher, you might remember, is an outstanding basketball player here at Pinckneyville also. He takes it into Benton territory, and the Rangers are cruising for a bruising here if they don't shore the defense up pretty quickly. So second down now and 3, and they have the ball inside Benton territory at the 47-yard line.
Now we go back to the Benton offense, what they want to do. They want to run the ball. They open up the pass. That's exactly what Pinckneyville's done to us to open this game up.
Hoagland from the shotgun. High snap, pulls it in, pitch out, comes to the outside. With the football, it is number 34. That was Trent Hicks. Hicks picks up a couple, and he's near first down yard. It'll bring up third down, but it's going to be third and less than a yard. You got to believe the way Pinckneyville's running the football, they're in 4-down territory.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see a little play action, a little pass here, maybe one of the tight ends over the middle, get Benton thinking run, dump it over the top, and see what happens.
Ball spotted squarely on the 45-yard line. Benton 45. Hoagland moves under center now. Split backs. In motion is Peridotto. Stopped him, and they didn't make it.
Yep.
Hicks hit the line and was forced back. We'll see where the spot is at. They're going to move him back.
That was 73 for Benton. Jeremy Clements making first connection with Hicks and stopping him dead in his tracks to bring up a 4th and 1.
And we'll see what Coach Todd Thomas opts to do here. He could set Benton back and try and play a little field position game here, or he could go for it on a 4th and 1 from the Benton 46-yard line. The Rangers held there, and Benton would need one more of those to take over in great field position.
They're going to take the penalty here, and I think they're going to punt.
They are not lining up. They are going to take the penalty. It'll be a delay of game call, we believe.
That's just to give their punter just a little bit more room, see if he can pin Benton inside that 10-yard line.
And there's a delay of game call on Pinckneyville.
No, they took the timeout. Pinckneyville did the last second.
And we'll see what the Panthers do after the timeout. I want to remind you this pause in the action is brought to you by SCD Ray and Sons Insurance, where they have served your insurance needs since 1911. Stop by and see John D. Aiken or Bob Ray. Regardless if it's health, life, personal, or business insurance, SCD Ray will provide service, quality, and commitment. Give them a call today. That's SCD Ray and Sons, 439-7557, serving Southern Illinois insurance needs for 103 years. 7-0. Pinckneyville leads it here. 4:31 remaining in the first quarter. And Benton down 7-0. And fourth down play coming up here, Justin. And this is a big play, and what's going to be a lot of big plays in this game. Big play coming up here.
Yeah, Coach Thomas called the timeout to either draw up the perfect running play to get 2-3 yards here, or just tell those guys, okay, we're going to punt the ball, see if we can pin Benton deep, and see if they can drive 80 or 90 yards on us, which if the first offensive possession for the Rangers is any indication, we might struggle offensively here tonight against this big physical defense. So I wouldn't be surprised if they did punt this ball.
Hoagland will line up. They're going to go for it here on a 4th down and 1.
Okay.
4th and 1 from the Benton 46. Hoagland out of the shotgun. In motion will be Jacob Jackson. Now it's going to be Hoagland on the keeper, and he's going to make the first down. Hoagland will push it forward on the quarterback keeper down to about the 42-yard line. So first down, Pinckneyville, as they just line up and run it straight forward. Hoagland on the keeper and moves the chains. They'll spot him at the 43. He needed to get to the 45 for the first down, so he makes it by a couple of yards. And again, Hoagland will be in the shotgun. Back to throw is Hoagland. Rolls to his right, wings it out, got a man open, and overthrew the intended receiver, which was Galton Perodato, who was wide open. And Hoagland would like to have that one back.
Yeah, he's got everyone thinking run now or safety fit on it. He was able to get Perodato behind the corner back there, almost got him, led him right to the corner of the end zone, but he overthrew him just a little bit. Coaching staff's going to mark that play in the playbook and remember that one for later on. You just about guarantee it.
Second down, 2nd and 10 from the 43. Benton 43-yard line, Pinckneyville in Benton territory. Hoagland from the shotgun. Now moves under center. In motion, we'll go Perodato. Now going to be a handoff to the inside, and Benton did a good job reading it.
Yeah.
Trent Hicks on the carry and picked up maybe back to the line of scrimmage. We'll wait for the spot.
Dustin Benton that time, the defensive lineman for the Rangers, shot the gap and hit the running back solid and dropped him down in his tracks.
3rd down and 10 now coming up. 3rd and 10 from the Benton 43. Pinckneyville leading this game 7-0. And we're at the 3:35 mark of the first quarter. Hoagland from the shotgun throws it out into the flat. Got a man open out there, and pretty good pursuit by Benton.
That's a dangerous play for Pinckneyville. He backed up and threw the ball backwards, which is a backwards pass. So if that ball was able, become live or fumbled or muffed or dropped, that's a live ball. Benton can jump on that. So you got to be cognizant of that play later on.
That was Lazenby on the reception that netted about a yard, and it's going to bring up 4th down and 9. 4th and 9 for Pinckneyville, and the Rangers, boy, would love to hold right here. Big play coming up. Under center now will be Hoagland. In motion. Going to be handoff. No, pardon me. Hoagland's going for all of it. Williams it out. Might be intercepted. It is.
Good.
Rangers have on the interception. That was Chase Owens down the sideline and out of bounds at about the 40-yard line. So the Rangers defense again does the job. And Benton holds on the interception. And Benton will take over with good field position at their own 40-yard line.
Yeah, that was either Jordan Kulik coming around the end or that was Tristan Swagonski. I couldn't tell whichever one. It was 21 or 31 hit Hoagland right in the face. He threw that football. It come out of his hand like a wounded duck. Chase Owens, that right man, right spot, picked it off.
Chase Owens is starting to get a nose for that football on the defensive side. One interception last week, and I think 2 fumble recoveries.
And a sack late in that game last week.
So the Rangers take over. We'll see if now Benton can mount some offensive firepower here and maybe get something rolling on the offensive side of the football. 2:39 to go. First quarter. Here's Kelly. Cuts back up the middle with some room. Nice run.
Good.
Kelly will take it out across 45. A pickup of about 6 yards for Clay Kelly. And he'll move the football down to the 45. That'll bring up second down and a very manageable 4 yards. 2nd and 4 for the Rangers. Here is Rock from the shotgun. Going to be Kelly again. Kelly again pulls it across midfield and picks up the first down into Pinckneyville territory down to the 48-yard line. If the Rangers can establish that running game, they have got some weapons on the offensive side, and Caleb Rock has been as good as anybody in Southern Illinois so far this season passing the football. He's completing passes at a 65% clip. Here is Kelly again. Little hesitation. Cuts back to the outside. Great move by Kelly as he takes it across midfield down to the 43-yard line of Pinckneyville, and the Rangers have found something here, Justin.
Yeah, that time they just hand the ball off to him going left. He sweeps it around and just sticks his foot in the turf and gets upfield. Very quick, very athletic move that time by Kelly, and he got 5 good yards on that run.
Rangers with a 2nd down and 5. Here is a little reverse. They cut back, and we'll wait and see who the ball carrier was. Might have been Kelly again.
No, that was 35. That was 35.
That was George Stiles.
That is Stiles.
And Stiles is playing in place of Mark Torres. Now, we've heard a lot of good things about George Stiles, and happy to see him get a chance tonight. So it's going to be 3rd down and 2. The Rangers are certainly in 4-down territory with the ball at the 40-yard line. Pinckneyville 40. 3rd down and 2.
It looks like they're shooting off the ball just a little quicker than Pinckneyville right now as well.
Here's Rock from the shotgun. Going to be a handoff to Kulik. Tries to get to the outside and going to lose yardage. Kulik trying to get to the outside and nothing there. And Pinckneyville, good job of stringing that out and pursuing. And it's going to bring up 4th down for the Rangers, and I suspect Benton will go for it right here. Yeah. 4th down and about 4. 4th and 4.
And you could see it trying to draw Pinckneyville's defense off sides. But, you know, one thing I'm seeing here is too much east and west run. I like the north and south a little bit, but you got to get north and south as much as you can and get what you can on these running plays. The more east and west you run, these big, fast linebackers are going to track you down.
Benton will send 3 wideouts near side. Here's Rock back to throw. A lot of room, wings it over the middle, and complete. And caught by
Hayes.
That was Cruz Hayes on the 1st down reception, moves the chains. And well, Caleb Rock continues to impress. Shows a lot of poise back there in the pocket, Justin.
He does. And the one thing you just said right there, pocket. He had a good pocket to throw from. He got a 3, 4, 5-step drop, stepped up, and he knew he had time. He could see it right in front of him. He just dropped it to Cruz Hayes, threw a bullet right to number 22.
1st and 10 for the Rangers. And the ball spotted at the Pinckneyville 33-yard line, 32-yard line. And that will end. So we've got a timeout. We cannot see the clock. Yeah, 1:20 to play. So we've got a timeout here in the first quarter, which will give us an opportunity to remind you that this timeout is brought to you by SCD Ray & Sons Insurance. Regardless if it's health, life, personal, or business insurance, SCD Ray will provide service, quality, and commitment. Stop by and see John D. Aiken or Bob Ray. Give them a call, 439-7557. That's SCD Ray & Sons Insurance, serving Southern Illinois' insurance needs since 1911. And Justin, what a marked turnaround in this game after Benton looked sluggish on the first offensive set. Have kind of got their bearings. I think maybe some adjustments from the sideline, but Benton looking sharp on this offensive drive.
Well, when you get a turnover, it gives you a little bit of confidence. I don't think Benton's offense, I think in the back of their mind after their first possession, thinking, oh, no, can we do this or not tonight? They got out here. Coaching staff drew up some nice plays. They've executed the plays. They're getting positive yards. They're getting confidence. They're getting that momentum build up I like to talk about all the time. They've got Pinckneyville's defense sit back on their heels here a little bit. Pinckneyville calls them a timeout, gets the troops back in line right here. You got to like what Benton's doing. I still want to see more north and south. I don't like the east and west running style. I just want to get upfield as quick as you can. These linebackers are big and fast, and they pursue it extremely well. So if it doesn't look good, you got to plant your foot and get upfield.
Benton will take over. We have moved into the second quarter. We cannot see the clock. We thought it was a timeout. It was into the first quarter. We cannot see the clock from our vantage point here, but Benton with a 1st and 10. Going to be Stiles. Stiles gets loose, cuts to the outside, and picks up nice yardage. down to the 25-yard line. We talked about it, Justin. Sometimes you get your chance.
Yeah, sometimes you do. He's got quick feet. Now, we didn't know anything about him coming into this game, but, man, he's got some quick feet. He's shifty. He gets through the line, and he holds on to the ball and finishes well.
Just kind of exploded through the hole there, and Benton picks up, George Stiles picks up 9 yards, 2nd down and 1, and Benton threatening here.
Play action here.
Here's going to be Kulik. He cuts back with room. Kulik may score. To the outside. Pardon me. That is Kelly. All the way down inside the 15 to the 11-yard line. Pardon me. That is Clay Kelly. And Clay Kelly, the thing about Clay Kelly, he's never played any really organized football.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know it.
No, and I think as the longer he learns to goes and learns to play that running back spot, he's got great speed.
Yeah,
and he's a hard-nosed, tough kid.
And you don't square him up too often. There was a running back back in the early 2000s, Brendan Summer. He's a little guy, fast, but you couldn't square him up, just like him.
Rock from the shotgun. Hand off, and he got a flag. False start on the Rangers, and that'll move it back 5 yards. It'll bring up first down over again, and it'll be 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. First and 15, pardon me, from the 16. Benton can get a first down without getting a touchdown. Here's Rock from the shotgun. Handoff Kelly. He cuts back. With room, still on his feet, takes it down back to about the 10-yard line. So he gets back to 5 that was lost on the penalty. And it'll bring up 2nd down. Clay Kelly, we talked about, he and his family, they are very involved in rodeo.
Yeah.
And we laughed. We said, when you're wrestling steers to the ground, Justin, playing high school football can't be too tough on you.
No, he probably goes home after the game and gets on one.
So it'll be split backfield, Kulik and Kelly, and Rock back to throw, looking, wings it out, got a man. It'll be Cruz Hayes, gets to the outside and goes down at looks like about the 8-yard line. We'll wait for the official spot.
Cruz Hayes is going to play a big part in this game tonight. Without Torres in there, Cruz Hayes becomes your go-to guy for Caleb Rock, and we've seen it. His two completions already to Hayes. I look for Hayes to have a big night offensively, but if Benton's going to come out of here with a victory, I think somebody has to step up that they haven't seen yet, that Pinckneyville hasn't seen on film, and I think Van Horbeck or Richardson might be one of those guys. 3rd down and 7 for the Rangers. Here is Rock. Handoff to Hayes. Cruz still on his feet, and very close. He's very close. He got the first down, I believe. The Rangers could get the first down without getting the touchdown. We'll wait for the spot, but I believe it's going to be 1st and goal for the Rangers. 4th and less than a yard. 4th and less than a yard. Looks like about 2 feet from our vantage point here at the end zone on the north end of the field. So 4th down at about a half a yard, we'll call it. Rock from the shotgun. And he's having trouble getting the play in. 4 seconds on the play clock.
May not get it off, and he does. Here's Rock. Cuts to the outside, and
got to get upfield that time. You've got to get upfield.
We'll wait and see.
First down, Pinckneyville.
Did not make it in. And boy, you have got to capitalize, Justin, on those plays inside the 5-yard line. In the red zone, the Rangers, it's one of the things that really turned that Carterville game was Benton not being able to get in with the ball twice inside the 1 and could not get the ball in.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. It looked like Benton was having trouble getting the play in. I think if they had to do it all over again, they call a timeout and regroup, get them over there and talk about it. That's a big play right there. You got to make sure you get that first down.
So the Rangers turn it over on downs. It'll be inside the 5-yard line at about the 4. All going to work from under center. We'll see if they're a little bit conservative back there. He hands it off up the middle. And not much doing there.
Good defense. Good defense. Quick off the ball. Good tackling.
8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first half. Pinckneyville leading at 7-0. Rangers missed a great opportunity. Had it down inside the 5-yard line and had a 4th down and a half a yard and could not get the first down. second down and 8 for Pinckneyville. 2nd and 8. And the ball is spotted at the 3-yard line. Here's going to be nice yardage up the middle for Pinckneyville on a little counter play. That was Peridotto on the carry. And first down yardage as Pinckneyville gets a little breathing room as they get it out to the 13-yard line. Hoagland from under center. Split backs, now man in motion. Here's going to be a handoff to Hicks, I believe.
15.
That was Adam Banach. Pickup of about 7 on the play. And plays like that on the offensive end, Justin, can just sometimes demoralize you when you're so close and can't get it in.
Yeah, they can't. One thing Benton's got to do here is just stay home. They're running a lot of misdirection. If you just stay home, hold your ground, that running back will come right back to you and fall right in your arms.
Hoagland under center. Here's going to be a handoff up the middle, and good pursuit by the Rangers. Ball carrier was Halden Lazenby. He picks up yardage, but enough for the first down. And Pinckneyville moving the chains. They have the ball now out to the near the 25-yard line. This drive started back at the 3-yard line. First and 10 from the 25 for Pinckneyville.
Watch the throw here. They've been doing a lot on first down.
In motion is Jackson for Pinckneyville. Hoagland under center. There's going to be a little reverse, or pardon me, a little counter play, a little trap play up the middle. Nice yardage there for Trent Hicks, 5'11", 190-pound senior. He picks up yardage out to the 33-yard line. 2nd down and 2. 2nd and 2. Six minutes, 7 seconds remaining in the first half. Be sure and stay with us for our Drake's Jewelry halftime report. This first half flying by here at Pinckneyville. Rangers make some defensive adjustments.
That's 52, Gary Allen coming into the game.
And it's 2nd down and 2.
Not the Singer.
The Rangers need a turnover. They need to force the action here. Stop this drive that began back at the 3. Hoagland under center. Here's going to be a handoff and near first down yards away from the spot. I believe he made it.
Yeah, he's got about a yard.
And the chains will move again. Adam Bonner on the carry. Pronounced Bonner, spelled B-A-N-A-C-H. We thought Banach when we asked, and it's Bonner. Forget the C-H on the end. B-A-N-A would be the phonetic spelling of it. In the event, Adam Bonner picks up first down. Hoagland under center. Wide outs, 2 far side, 1 near side. Here is a handoff. That's going to be Hicks. Drops. And not much doing there as he maybe loses a little yardage. They're going to spot him back. They'll give him the line of scrimmage. And it'll bring up 2nd and 10. Rangers defense needs to stiffen up right here. We'll have a lot of scores for you at halftime. A lot of key games here in Southern Illinois. Heron all over DuQuoin, 21-0 in the second. Hoagland under center. In motion will be Lazenby. And takes it to the outside, picks up yardage down near the 45.
Big third down right here. 3rd and about 3.5 on Benton's 46-yard line. I don't know if they're in 4-down territory right here. It just depends on what you get on this 3rd down, but hopefully Benton stops them and puts the pressure on Todd Thomas and the coaching staff of Pinckneyville.
Cesar Valier, Waltonville, Woodlawn, 16, Chester 6. Upset Bruin in the diamond. 3rd down and 3. Big play here. Rangers need to stop here. 3rd and 3. Pinckneyville still.
Get him.
And unbelievable. The Rangers had him in the backfield, and he squirts loose. That was Trent Hicks, squirts loose, crosses midfield, and picks up the 1st down. They probably should have been stopped for a loss, Justin.
Yeah, he was hit in the backfield by Goodwin. Goodwin was blocked, trying to make the tackle at the same time. It would have been a tough play, but it was a good run by Hicks at that time to break loose and get 7 yards out of that play that seemingly was going to get 0.
Benton defense on the field for a long time here. This drive started back at the 3-yard line. Now in Benton territory at the 48. There's going to be a handoff to Banach, and he picks up yardage down to about the 41.
They've got 4 or 5 different running backs they can just keep handing it to, so if one gets tired, just put another one in there or run him in motion, get him out of there, hand it to Banach, hand it to Lazenby, hand it to a number of guys. They've got a good stable of running backs here.
And we're under 3.5 minutes here in the first half. So a very, very quick first half here tonight from Pinckneyville. The Panthers with a 2nd down and 4 from the Benton 41.
Need a turnover here.
Hoagland under center. Here's a handoff to Hicks, and he's stacked up at about the 40-yard line. We'll bring up 3rd down. 3rd down and 3. 3rd and 3. You got to believe old Pinckneyville is in 4-down territory. I echo Justin's thoughts. Benton needs that turnover here in a big way.
Yeah, it just looks like they've beat our defense down a little bit. Our defense has been on the field. They're just able to run and get big chunks every time. You just got to try to strip a ball or something right here.
2:20 and counting in the first half. Here is Hoagland. Here's a Hicks, and he takes it for 1st down yardage out to the 32-yard line. This has been an impressive drive by Pinckneyville to begin back at their own 3-yard line, and they now have the football down to the Benton 32. 1st and 10 for the Panthers.
Benton has to keep Pinckneyville out of the end zone here with the last 2 minutes and change. Knowing you're going to get the football back at half, you've got to try to keep points off the board here if you're Benton.
Rangers trail 7-0. And we've got a flag, timeout. Timeout Pinckneyville, which will give us a chance to remind you this pause in the action is brought to you by SCD Ray and Sons Insurance, serving Southern Illinois' insurance needs since 1911. Stop by and visit with John D. Aiken or Bob Ray, or give them a call at 439-7557. We'll get some scoring updates for you. Heron 21, DuQuoin nothing at the second quarter score. Also Massac leading 12-6, and Massac matched up tonight against Anna Jonesboro. They lead 12-6 into the first quarter. Cesar Valera 16, Chester 6. A lot of scores coming in from around the area, and we'll get you caught up on all those at halftime. Massac County, that's kind of a score that catches your attention right there. Marion leads Harrisburg 14-0 after one quarter. So,
what was the Massac again?
12-6 over AJ at the end of one.
Well,
so we'll watch how these scores develop throughout the night. Probably the biggest score tonight. Carterville 14-0 over Murphy with 6:27 left in the first half. The Carterville defense doing the job tonight. Hoagland under center, pitches it out. Going to be, I believe, Trent Hicks on the carry, and he picks up yardage down to about the 25-yard line. 2nd down and 2. 2nd and 2, and Pinckneyville threatening here. 1.5 to play, and Pinckneyville with a full complement of timeouts. Probably they got 2 timeouts remaining. Rangers going to have a break here. And didn't get it there as Lazenby takes it down inside the 20. They stop him at the 15-yard line. So Pinckneyville has it in the red zone here in the final seconds, I should say, of this second quarter. We approach the 1-minute mark. Pinckneyville still has 2 timeouts. Hoagland under center. Here's going to be a handoff. Holding. And going to be a holding call on Pinckneyville. That's going to all come back. The ball carrier was Hicks.
And a Benton player is down.
Got a Benton player injured. Benton trails 7-0 with 56 seconds remaining here in the first half.
This game eerily similar to Carterville in the ways that we've had our chances. There is no one, a singular person culpable in this game so far. It's just a lack of execution when you get into the red zone. Just like at Carterville week 1, we got inside the 20s a couple times in the first half, unable to do anything with it. It's just one of those things where as the season gets along, you gotta hope you get better at. You're in the game here. It's 7-0. So if you keep them out of the end zone right here, you come out of the half knowing you get the football back. That's a confidence builder in itself.
Cannot get a number right now on the injured Benton player. We'll try and get that. Walking off the field under his own power, so he's okay, it appears. That is Kelly, I believe, Clay Kelly, walking off a little gingerly, but he is okay, it appears. 56 seconds remain here in the first half. Pinckneyville with a first down and 18 from the 22. Get a first down at the 4-yard line. Hoagland from the shotgun, back to throw, wings it out over the middle, and what a great catch. What a great catch that time by
23?
Number 23, that is Tristan Fisher.
How many did he get?
He got it down near first down yardage, I believe. Picked up his 2nd and 4, so it was 18, so he picked up 14 on that carry. That was a kind of a circus catch, acrobatic catch, went up and got that one. Here's going to be Fisher Hicks in on the score. Trent Hicks in on the score for Pinckneyville, and the Panthers go up 13-0. And the Rangers' inability to get it in, and Pinckneyville has had the football virtually the entire second quarter. This drive started back on the 3-yard line, and they have used up nearly the entire second quarter clock to march it down the field 97 yards for the score, and Dylan Carnes will try the point after kick. Benton trails at 13-0. Hoagland will hold. Snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up, and it is good. And the Rangers trail 14-0. Benton will get the kickoff here now, and they'll also get the kickoff to begin the third quarter.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask you something that I never thought I would ask you on air. How much time is left in this game?
17 seconds is the way I read it on the clock. I have to look at the minutes from the west side of the pole and the seconds from the east side of the pole, so I have to do a little maneuvering, a little dance here in order to see it. But I've got, I believe, 17.3 seconds when that touchdown goes in. A touchdown run by Hicks, his second score of the night.
Hicks racking up a good first half already. 14 carries, 122 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 of 4 and 1 of 45. So if you need 4, he's going to get you 4. If you need a big one, he can get you a big one. So you got a key on Hicks, just like in week 1 we had a key on Hicks at Carterville.
So the Rangers will have 17 seconds on the second quarter clock. Benton will get the opening kickoff to start the third quarter. The Rangers moved the football pretty well. Got it stalled out at the 3-yard line. On downs, Pinckneyville took it and marched the length of the field. Big play when Benton couldn't get that first down at the inside their own 5 or inside the Pinckneyville 5-yard line. Here's a
let it go
kick. It'll be in the end zone, out of the end zone, and Benton will take over to 20. And I would not be surprised to see the Rangers take a knee here and try and regroup and come back out. But we'll see. They throw an 80-yard touchdown pass. I'll say that. I never said that.
I don't know. With 17 seconds, all timeouts, you get one big play, timeout, another big play. You might. I don't know. I'm thinking probably over my head a little bit. I've never been a coach in my life, so.
You know, Justin, that it's hard to say we'll never know for sure what a play like that, fourth down and inches down there when Benton doesn't get it in and turns it over, what that does for the team, for the defense. It's clearly it has to have an impact on.
Yeah.
It'll be Rock, and we've got a flag on the play.
Got to be on Benton to stop the play, so false start.
And that'll move it back 5 more yards. And I would expect that Benton, deep in their own territory now, might
they're going to run the ball.
Be a little conservative here.
I would rather just get under center and take a knee, actually.
Here's a handoff to Kelly. Play gets to the outside.
Get out here,
room.
Come on.
Turns the corner, still with some room, cuts back in, and a flag on the play. Flag on the play on a face mask as Clay Kelly took it out to the 35-yard line, and they'll tack on 15 more on that. We'll put it out at midfield with 5 seconds to go in the first half.
See, I told you we should run plays and try to get in the end zone here.
I had us taking a knee, didn't I, Justin?
No, I said it too.
I thought Kelly might have a chance to break that one with the speed he's got. If he'd have got by the one defender, he might have got down that sideline. He may have been gone.
Yeah, with Pinckneyville playing a prevent defense here, they've got 5 people in the secondary waiting for something like that to happen. He wasn't able to get through that third level.
So the Rangers will move the penalty on the face mask. Will move it a nice run out to the 50-yard line, and Benton will have a chance for one play, 5 seconds remaining. And Benton's got some playmakers that can go out and get the football, so we'll see how that plays out. Carterville 14, Murfreesboro 0. That's a halftime score. Interesting score there. Massac 20-6 over AJ. That might be the shocker of the night right there.
Yeah.
Massac coming off a 50-0 loss last week to Carterville. They lead AJ 20-6 in the second.
You know, AJ struggled with Frankfurt a little bit. So
Heron leads DuQuoin 21-0. Harrisburg trails Mount Vernon 14-0. Rangers trail here 14-0. Benton will try and get somebody maybe out in space a little bit here, and maybe see if they can get one of their playmakers to make a play.
Yeah, I look for some weird play, hook and ladder, fast shoulder, double, triple, reverse, something to confuse the defense. They've got 5 defensive backs all the way back to the 30-yard line.
Rock will operate from the shotgun, and Kelly is a single back. Here is Caleb. He's going to run the football, and that's an interesting timeout to run a quarterback keeper, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So in any event, that's going to end our first half of play. The Rangers squander a chance to get in the end zone, had the ball with a 4th down and inches in the 3-yard line, and could not go in. Pinckneyville takes it over on downs and marches at 97 yards for their second score of the first half. And we'll wait and see if Travis has connected with Todd Thomas, Pinckneyville coach. We'll get his thoughts on this first half of action. 14-0, Rangers trail here. I want to remind you, be sure and stay with us for our 5th quarter program immediately following this game tonight. Marion 28, Harrisburg nothing. That's 6 minutes left. You've got Travis and Todd Thomas. Travis, go ahead.
We're going to go out and make a few adjustments, hopefully come out and stop the run a little bit better, and hopefully keep running the ball. Talk about a few things real quick. You stop Benton on the 2-yard line, and then you are able on the other side to punch one in late. How big are those 2 drives?
That's huge. Defensive philosophy has been the big break. We did that. Our kids understand that, and they sucked it up and did a good job.
You heard it, Jim. They bend but don't break. They hold them there, and at the half, 14-0, Panthers leading. The Rangers had a good shot of that down there, guys, when Rock was stopped at about the 2-yard line. The Panthers, though, offensively, they've been the motion from where I can see on the sidelines causing some trouble for the Rangers right now. And then they've got 2 touchdowns, and that was big to get that one at the end of the half.
And Travis, we talked about it. I mean, certainly not to say sour grapes, but clearly it's very unpredictable how the fact that Benton didn't get in, what impact that has on your team, on your defense, particularly as your offense can't get it in down there on a 4th down and inside the 3-yard line, and then Pinckneyville, you got to give them a lot of credit. They march at the length of the field and they score, but Benton will get the football back to begin third quarter play, and I think it's really the Rangers have to get something on the board on that first drive.
Well, you think they do. I mean, the big thing about coaching, and you guys all know this, and the listeners out there, what adjustments both teams will make if they go into the locker room right now. What does Benton do? Right now, the Rangers had the one drive where they really moved the ball. The other drives they stalled. Defensively, not too bad to only give up 14 points. You hate to give up one late, but here's the nice thing. You're only down 2 scores. You have an offense that can't put up points. You get the ball to start the third quarter, but you know as well as I did, the Rangers can't come out that third quarter and stall out and have a couple bad drives. This Pinckneyville team, and they look very capable of scoring points. I've been impressed. Heck of a catch the kid made down here on about the 3-yard line, but spreading the ball around offensively from Pinckneyville, doing a nice job of misdirection. A lot of times I'm watching the Rangers front guys, they're tackling the fullback, and then it's the wingback getting the ball. Where the quarterback keeps it, and they're tackling the wingback. They're doing a nice job of misdirection.
And Travis, certainly the Rangers, I thought just after kind of a rocky start offensively, they thought they put together a pretty good drive and marching the ball down the field, but they came up short at the end.
Yeah, that was a nice drive. Hopefully the Rangers can capitalize, what they did there at that last play. Kelly had a nice long run, and, they just got to get something going. Besides when they got the big first down to Hayes on the 4th down pass, I thought that was going to be the drive. It ended up, it stalls on the 2. But the nice thing about football is you still got 24 minutes. It's just crucial. You can't say it enough. You can't come out in the third quarter and be flat and have the Panthers get a couple more scores. When the Raiders get that ball that first drive of the third quarter, it's not the game, obviously, but you'd like to see them get some momentum going right there.
Absolutely. And Travis, appreciate your work down on the sideline. We look forward to hearing what Coach Glotfelder's got to say.
Well, tell you, thanks, Jim. Just to let you know, Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Main in Benton, brings you our halftime report. Ben's Lawn Service, your exclusive Skag Power Equipment dealer in Southern Illinois. For more than 30 years, Skag Power Equipment has manufactured the best commercial riding lawnmowers. If you're looking for the best built, highest quality, best cutting, stop by Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Main in Benton, or give them a call, 435-5296. That's Ben's Lawn Service. They bring you our coach's halftime report here on Benton Ranger Football on cue. Back to Jim and Justin.
Very good. Thanks so much. That's Travis Severin on the sideline talking with Pinckneyville Coach Todd Thomas, and we'll have Benton Coach Jeremy Glotfelder toward the end of our halftime report. It's brought to you by Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store located at 1204 Public Square in Benton. That's Drake's Jewelry. They bring you our halftime report here on Ranger Football. Drake's Jewelry with 3 designer bridal lines. Drake's Jewelry is where Southern Illinois gets engaged. Drake's Jewelry. Visit them online. You can shop online at drakes-jewelry.com. That's Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store. They bring you our halftime report. Let's get in a 3-minute break, then we'll come back to Pinckneyville, back after these messages.
The Benton Junior Football Association would like to thank the following businesses for their support: Wyant Surveying, Abbott's 24-Hour Towing, Hobbs Services, Kurt Irwin Construction, AP Excavating, State Bank of Whittington, Q106, Pop's Barbecue, Positive Impressions, Midwest Excavating, Bit Brokers International, Aikens Auto Salvage, RLC Bit Service, Mid-Country Bank, and Gajewski Bulldozing. The Benton Junior Football Association thanks you for your support.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophy, Give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois, 435-555-555.
All Stars and Stitches located at 418 East Main Street here in Benton. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. Our regular hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 5. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. What was that number again, Coach?
435-555-555.
Rock bottom prices and speedy delivery. That's Jesse Drew Rocket Material. Decorative landscaping, driveway rock, topsoil, sand, mulch, or lime. Jesse Drew Rocket Material has what you need to turn your yard into a place where you can relax and be the envy of your neighbors. Jesse Drew Rocket Material also spreads dirt and mulch with their Bobcats so you don't have to. Transform your yard or drive into something you've always imagined. Call Jesse Drew Rocket Material at 927-7857. 927-7857.
Tired of feeling just like another number at the big box store pharmacies? Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy takes the time to get to know patients on a first-name basis, understand your needs, explain medications, answer any questions you might have, and maintain a great relationship with your third-party insurance, Medicare, or Illinois Public Aid card. Really, it's the prompt professional service and free delivery in the Benton West City area that really set Kimmel Chaplin apart from all the others. Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy inside the Benton Medical Center on Bailey Lane.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew & Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Back to Benton Ranger football on Q106.
Welcome back to Quillman Field here in Pinckneyville. Glad to have you alongside tonight for Benton Ranger football action here on WQRL with Justin Wyant and Travis Severin. I'm Jim Muir of the Rangers Trail here at the intermission. 14-0 is our halftime score. I want to remind you again, but regardless of the occasion, Drake's Jewelry is the place to go for that special gift, for that special person. That's Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store located on the east side of the Benton Public Square. Drake's Jewelry on Ranger football. And Justin Wine alongside it. Justin, I was thinking while we were on commercial break, the offensive stats are going to be a little bit skewed because Benton has not had much opportunity on offense. Pinckneyville controlled the football nearly the entire second quarter.
Yeah, I don't keep time of possession, but if I did, I'm going to take a guess and say they had it. Of the 24 minutes, I'd say they had it 18 of it.
Absolutely.
But the way the stats, we had two possessions in the first half. We squandered one inside the 3-yard line, and then we 3 and out of the other one. So we just haven't had that many opportunities. Let's just run down a little bit of the stats here. Clay Kelly had 8 carries for 41 yards. Kulik had 1 carry for a -1. Rock had 2 carries for 2 yards. Hayes had 1 carry for 6. Stiles had 2 big carries for 12 yards. Van Horbeck was thrown to 1 time for an incomplete pass. Hayes has our only 2 receptions for 18 yards. Caleb Rock is 2 for 3 on the night for that 18 yards. But we had 60 total rushing yards and 18 total passing for a total of 78 total yards in the first half. I'm going to switch over to Pinckneyville here, and it's going to look a little bit different. Hicks for the first half, 14 carries, 122 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 for 45 yards, 1 for 4 yards. Spana, 4 carries, 23 yards. It seemed like every time he got it, he got the first down. Lazenby, 3 carries for 16 yards. Jackson, 1 carry for a -3. Quarterback had 2 carries for 13 yards. On the receiving end, Fisher had 2 receptions for 21 yards and a nice first down conversion late in the first half. Lazenby had 1 catch for 1 yard. Total on the ground, 175 yards. In the air, 22 total in the air, giving them a grand total of 197 yards. And they have dominated time of possession. They have dominated the ground. And look for a whole lot more of that in the second half. Hopefully, Ben can come out here in the second half, take the opening drive, and put some points on the board. We just can't have a drive now that stalls out again. You're at the time of the game when you got to get down and put points on the board. It's crucial right now. You're down 2 scores without one of your big playmakers. You got to make something happen right out of the gate.
And again, our halftime report brought to you by our friends at Drake's Jewelry, 1204 Public Square in Benton. Drake's Jewelry with 3 designer bridal lines. Drake's Jewelry is where Southern Illinois gets engaged. You can shop for more than 250 affordable styles of bridal lines at Drake's Jewelry. Visit online at drakes-jewelry.com or stop by the store at 1204 Public Square in Benton. That's Drake's Jewelry, your hometown jewelry store. They bring you our halftime report here on Ranger football. We are near the midway point of September, and after tonight, we start turning your attention a little bit. So you'd understand that high school basketball was one of the sports we look forward to here on WQRL right around the corner. We're joined tonight, stepping in the broadcast booth here at halftime, is Benton basketball coach Ron Wymiller. Ron, how you doing?
Good, Jim. How are you?
We're doing well, and we certainly appreciate you spending some time with us tonight. You've got a big event coming up, an annual event that you helped sponsor. Talk about that.
Yeah, this is our 10th year. You know, this is something that Coach Lynn started, and we just kind of carried it on when I got here, and now we're in our 10th year with our golf scramble. It's going to be October the 11th at the Benton Country Club. We'll have a meal provided for the people that want to play, and also we have a good day of golf, and it's just a lot of fun.
We're going to interrupt just a moment. I think that Travis is connected with Benton coach Jeremy Claudefeller. We'll send it back down to the sideline. Travis Severin. Travis? We'll try it again. Travis, can you hear us okay? We have not made a connection. We'll try, and we will continue to try that and get what Coach Claudefeller's thoughts. But one of the things I've always been impressed with, you really try and reach out to a lot of the former players, and that's something I think is very important to the program.
Yeah, I think, this program was really founded on a lot of those guys that played. We reached out to them a couple of years ago about some fundraising stuff, and they certainly stepped up in a big way. And as if you turn on the news, the budgets are being cut and slashed, and we got to raise every nickel that we can. So to be able to fund our program and provide for our kids the way that we want to.
And I think now we have connected with Travis, so we'll send it back down to the sideline. Travis Severin?
Thank you, Jim. I'm down here with the head football coach of the Benton Rangers, Jeremy Claudefeller, coach. We talk about so much the adjustments you make at halftime are so critical as the third quarter starts here in a couple minutes. Give me your thoughts as you again.
Well, I sure would like it to be 14-7 or 7-7 at this point. Defensively, we're struggling right now to really get off the field. We've got them on some big long third downs, and they gash us with counter. They're running power and dive right up our gut. I thought the offense went on a nice drive there, and then again came up short at the 1 yard line. And all the quarterback's got to do is really first drive down and get a first down. We've got room to get a first down there. We want to get him downhill with some extra blockers and just get the first down, be first and goal inside the 1.5 yard line there, and we come away with no points because we don't play physical.
How important is it to start this third quarter? I'm not saying you have to score, but how important is it to set the tone and get a good drive going?
Well, we need to establish a drive right now. We need to finish it off. It's exactly what we did, last week in the Sparta game when we came out and we put together a long drive and scored. Whether it's long, a quick hitting, short drive, I really don't care. But we need some points and we need to get off the field some 3 and outs defensively and go down and score and see if we can't make this thing a ball game.
Seems like it helps everybody to get some points both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of raise up. And, we just, like I said, we had a quarterback play on there with a bunch of blockers, and the quarterback tries to run wide to the corner instead of downhill, and we come away with nothing, empty-handed, and it's deflating. And then defensively, they go on basically a 99-yard drive and cap it off and score, and it's 14-0.
All right, thank you, Coach. You had it right there, guys. Jeremy Claudefeller, head coach of the Benton Rangers, he just gave you your thoughts. We get ready to start the third quarter. We can tell you that Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Mid in Benton, brings you our halftime coaches report. Ben's Lawn Service, your exclusive Skag Power equipment dealer. It's held on for more than 30 years. The best commercial riding, stand-on, or walk-behind mowers money can buy. If you're looking for the best built, highest quality, best cutting commercial mower, stop by Ben's Lawn Service, 605 North Main Street in Benton, or give them a call, 435-5296. Guys, you heard it from Coach Claudefeller there. Points are at a premium. We don't have any right now, and he, you can tell, wasn't happy with the drive where we didn't score. And he's got some fire in his belly. He wants the Rangers to come out here, and he said, we got to be more physical. You heard him say it.
Travis, we appreciate your work on the sideline. We'll look forward to you getting the fifth quarter anchored here shortly. So immediately following this game, thanks so much for your hard work tonight.
Thanks, Jim. Look forward to listening to you guys on the way back.
That is Travis Severin, and we appreciate his work. We're also visiting here with Benton Ranger head basketball coach Ron Wymiller. Ron, we talk with a lot of coaches from different sports, and Benton, no difference. I think Benton's one of those classic examples throughout Southern Illinois, or schools where you have to share athletes in order to be successful in different programs. So you've got a lot of basketball players out there with pads on tonight, don't you?
Yeah, and this is probably the Pinckneyville team I've seen with the most names that I recognize from basketball playing, and I think it shows up. I think a school our size, a school Pinckneyville size, a school anybody's size in the river to river, you got to get your athletes out playing more than one sport. If they specialize, it hurts everybody.
And again, tell us the details on your event coming up here, your fundraiser.
October the 11th, Benton Country Club. We'll eat at 11. Shotgun start at noon. If anybody wants some more info, they can contact me at the school, or they can email me at rweinmiller@bentonhighschool.org.
Very good. Ron, appreciate your time as always. Look forward to chatting with you more as we roll through the football season on into the winter sports.
I'll tell you what, it gets much colder. I'll be ready to tip it off. Man,
No kidding.
We didn't have to worry about that last week.
No.
We do this week. Thanks for having me.
32 degrees difference between kickoff last week and this week.
That's right. You can tell. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. That's been Coach Ron Weinmiller. Let's get a quick break in. We'll come back to Pinckneyville, get you set for second half action. Rangers trail 14-0. Back in a moment.
At Subway, we're seriously into veggies, just like you. So we get right to work every morning, selecting the best ones, rinsing, slicing. With this cool, crisp, colorful rainbow, your sandwich comes to life before your very eyes. A one-of-a-kind creation just bursting with flavor. We're all about finding unique veggies. And not just the expected, all kinds, like spinach and red onions. So come in and get your veggie on at Subway.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price. Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Quillman Field at Pinckneyville. We get set for second half action. Again, our halftime report was brought to you by Drake's Jewelry, 1204 Public Square in Benton, your hometown jewelry store. Justin Wyant alongside, and Justin simply stated this opening offensive drive by Benton has got to produce points.
Well, you say it all the time in basketball, and you even say it in football sometimes. The opening 3 or 4 minutes of the second half is the most important 3 or 4 minutes of the game, and it always turns out that way. Benton has to find a way. However, you got to get it done. I don't care if you've got to dig into that bag of tricks over there and run plays you don't want to run plays you don't like, run plays I don't care. You've got to find a way to get points on the board right here. If not, it could be a long second half. And it could be a long drive home for the Ranger football.
Marion 35, Harrisburg nothing at halftime. Heron 35, DuQuoin nothing at halftime. Also, it is a couple upsets brewing. Chesterville, Waltonville, Woodlawn leading Chester 22-6 at halftime. That's a huge score right there. Chesterville 0-2, Chester 2-0. That means 0 when you tee it up. It'll be Carnes to kick it off, and Van Orbeck deep for the Rangers. Here is Carnes, who has boomed some. He gets this one to Van Orbeck, and he loses a handle on the football, picks it back up, and Benton's going to start out with poor field position. As Van Orbeck caught the ball, then dropped it, then picked it back up, and then started running laterally, and the defense converged, and Benton will take over inside their own 10-yard line.
Yeah, and that's one thing Coach talked about there at halftime. Too much east and west. We gotta get upfield, and it's just like that play where Rock took it on the outside, couldn't find the hole. I understand he's down there in the heat of battle. He's trying. He's doing his best, but you got to put your head down and go forward. That's the only way you're going to get positive yards.
Benton will take over at its own 8-yard line. So Cameron Rock will operate out of the shadows of his own goalposts, and he'll work from the shotgun. Clay Kelly is the single back. Here's the snap. Here is the handoff to Kelly. And he pushes the pile forward beyond the 10, maybe out near the 15. Nice pickup that time by Clay Kelly.
You play a football game and you're just getting 2, you're getting 3 yards sometimes. It seems like 4 or 5 plays. You got to live with that. That's just one of the deals with this offense you run. You get 2-3 yards a pop, you have to be satisfied with that. Things will open up if you keep getting first down. We have time in this game right now to get back in it.
Pickup of 6, 2nd and 4. for the Rangers. Nice run that time by Clay Kelly. Here is Kelly again. Sports back to the middle of the line. He was going to try the outside, then darted back in and was converged on by Panthers. And he may have lost a yard. We'll wait and see where the spot is. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 4. They say he got back to the line of scrimmage. So a big play coming up here for Benton, 3rd down and 4. 3rd and 4. The ball spotted on the Benton 11-yard line. Big play here. Here is Ross. And a reverse, and here comes Stiles to the outside and 1st down yardage for George Stiles.
Good play.
George Stiles has impressed me tonight. Yep. And as he gets a chance to play in the absence of Mark Torres, and Stiles with nice yardage all the way out, Justin, to the wait for the official spot. He's out near the 30-yard line. They're going to spot him at the 29, so an 18-yard pickup that time by George Stiles.
Yeah, good little misdirection that time. Looked like Cameron Rock was going to tuck it away and run right, and he tucked it down, took about 2 hard steps, handed it to Stiles coming across the other side.
Here's going to be Rock back to throw. Got a man open. It's Tyler Orr down across midfield, all the way down into Pinckneyville territory, and Tyler Orr is excited. And kudos to Tyler Orr. He's a kid. You probably heard us talk about it. He and Caleb Rock were hooked in a battle for that quarterback position. Tyler Orr lost the position to Rock and said, hey, I want to be a part of the team. They made him a tight end. He just hauled one in, took it all the way down to the 37-yard line. Here's Rock again, and going to be Clay Kelly with room. Cuts through the middle of the line and takes it down to about the 32-yard line.
Good.
Pickup of about 5 by Clay Kelly, and the Rangers got something going here. This is a huge possession for the Rangers. You've got to believe, Justin, if they could punch one in here, right back in the ball game.
Yeah, and we're moving the ball fairly well. We moved it our last possession. We just stalled out on the 3-yard line. You get inside the 5, and yards become a little bit harder to come by. We're flying off the ball a little bit, and it looks like we're beating Pinckneyville to the spot.
Ball spotted at the Pinckneyville 34. 2nd down and 6. Here's a reverse again. Stiles cuts loose, keeps the football, and takes it down to about the 30.
Yeah.
So a pickup of about 4 yards for George Stiles will bring up 3rd down and 3. But keep in mind, Rangers are at the Pinckneyville 31, so they're certainly in 4-down territory.
Yeah, take your 2 or 3 yards at a pop, and one of these times it's going to bust open for you. You got to hang in there and just take what the defense gives you.
Rock from the shotgun. Kelly is the single back. Play clock at 9. And the Rangers have to, they move and a false start, and it's going to be a 5-yard penalty, which will make it a 3rd down and 8.
That's tough. Cameron. There was the first time I did it right there. Caleb Rock had the play call, decided he was going to look over on the coach and see what he wanted to do. Coach wanted to change it up, and the line couldn't stay set for that long. So we'll line it up 3rd and 8. See if we're still in 2-down territory.
We offered a blanket apology at the start of the year for the times we called Caleb Rock by his older brother Cameron's first name. Here is Rock from the shotgun. Rolls to his right, lots of time. Got time over the middle and underthrown, and intended receiver was Cruz Hayes. And it's going to bring up 4th down. And the Rangers, the penalty hurt him.
Yeah.
Moved it back 5 yards. Benton had a 3rd and 3. And now the incomplete pass, and Benton faced with a 4th and 8. And this is a huge play. If Benton turns it over on downs again, you got to wonder what that does to them.
They're going to get the 1st down here. I got faith.
4th and 8 for the Rangers. Rock from the shotgun. Caleb back to his right, wings it out, got a man over the head of Trey McDaniel, and it's going to bring up a 1st down for the Pinckneyville Panthers as the Rangers turn it over on downs. The Benton defense going to have to tighten things up here and try and stop this very good Pinckneyville offense.
Moving the ball well again. And, a penalty, shoot yourself in the foot a little bit. Hard to get your momentum back after that. You seem like you're moving the ball well. All of a sudden you jump on the line, and then your 3rd and 3 turns into a 3rd and 8. 2 plays, and now Pinckneyville's got it.
Hoagland from the shotgun now moves under center. Hicks is a single back. Here is Hicks, hits the line and stood up and maybe gets back to the line of scrimmage. Here comes Chester, 22-14. Chester trying to get back in it. Last play of the first half. Score brought to you by All Stars and Stitches. Stop by and see Big Dave, 418 East Main Street. Ask about that incredible $5 T-shirt deal. All Stars and Stitches. Hoagland under center. Pinckneyville leading at 14-0. Here's a pitch out. Goes to Peridata, and he picks up nice yardage out near the 45-yard line. Just a little pitch out. And Peridata, 5'9", junior, 165 pounds, scampers near first down yardage up to the 46. Pinckneyville's got a lot of weapons.
Yeah, they do. They had seven different running backs touch the ball in the first half, and that's just the thing. For defense, you can't key on one guy. You think you can key on Hicks, and you probably should key on Hicks, but as soon as you do, they bust it outside with somebody else. So it's going to be a tough road to hoe here for Benton if they're going to get back in the game down 2 scores.
Ball at the 46-yard line, at the Pinckneyville 46. Hoagland under center. In motion, Peridata, and handoff up the middle. First down yardage. And Trent Hicks on the run takes it across the 45, picks up first down yardage. You've got to respect that little sweep when they send the man in motion. Peridata with good speed, but then they'll burn you once on that, then turn around the next play and give it to the big Hicks. Trent Hicks, 5'11", 190, and he runs it up the middle, picks up first down yardage. Hoagland will move under center. Single back is Hicks. Now in motion again, Peridata. Here comes the pitch. That is Lazenby on the pitch that time. And he picks up first down yardage inside the 40 down to the Benton 38 in Pinckneyville. On the move again.
Just a whole lot going on for Pinckneyville in the backfield. I think Benton is trying to key on Hicks as much as they can, but it's tough with this stable of running backs. They've got good line blocking. Their line gets off the ball well, and they get downfield, and they block our defensive backs and our linebackers well.
Hoagland will line up shotgun. Now he'll move under center. Hicks is a single back. In motion goes Urian. Handoff's going to come back the other way on a little counter play. That was Lazenby on the carry. They've got a lot of ways to run at you. Lazenby and Hicks and Peridata. And they got a nice quarterback, a big kid back there. Hoagland, 6'2", 205 pounds. He's just a junior. He'll move under center. Here's going to be Bonner.
Good defense.
Benton did a good job that time and wrapped up Bonner. And maybe a loss on the play. We'll wait and see. Going to bring up third down and 8. Third and 8.
One thing I'm seeing right here, first possession defensively for the Rangers, they're staying home a little bit better than they were in the first half. Hence the couple tackles for a loss here on the first drive for Pinckneyville. A lot of their ends and stuff are staying home, and that's what you got to do. You got to wait for them to come to you.
Third and 8. Ball spotted at the Benton 36-yard line. Hoagland from the shotgun. Looking, got a lot of time, wings it out, and off the hands. Bonner was the intended receiver. Off his hands, and it brings up 4th and 8, and the Rangers would love to get a hold here.
Yeah, they would. And this is here a spot for Pinckneyville. Do you punt or do you go for it? I mean, you're up 2 scores. If you don't get it here, you give Benton fairly decent field position. If you try to punt the ball, pin them in the 10, that's a risk you take also. So this is interesting.
Ball is at the 38-yard line, the Benton 38.
They're going for it.
And they're going to go for it. On a 4th down and a long 8. Hoagland from the shotgun. Rolls to his left, looking. Wow. Under pressure, throws it and intercepted. Intercepted by the Rangers. That was Cole Richardson on the interception. And the Rangers dodge a bullet on this play, and the Benton defense again does the job. Second time Benton has picked off Hoagland tonight as Richardson. Cole Richardson on the interception. And Benton will take over. We'll wait for the official spot. Looks like it's going to be about the 18-yard line. Benton secondary has done a good job tonight.
You know, the defense hasn't been bad. They've just been on the field all night long. Offense hasn't generated points. They've generated a couple decent drives. They just haven't capitalized when they've got into better field position. But now, here's your chance. You're only down 2 scores again. You got the ball back. Capitalize on turnovers if you're going to want to win games on the road.
Got a feeling Benton's going to bust one here. 5.5 to go. We're about the midway point of the third. Here's Kelly to the outside. Clay will turn the corner and pick up yardage down to about the 25-yard line. Looked like a pickup of about 7 yards by Clay Kelly, who continues to impress.
Yeah, Clay Kelly does a good job, and I also like Styles out of the backfield. They've ran hard tonight. Seems like every time we went to those guys, they've gotten us 6, 3, 5, 6 yards a pop. I think you keep feeding those boys, something's going to break sooner or later.
I promise you, George Styles has played well enough tonight to earn him some more carries this year.
Yes.
Rock from the shotgun. Hand off Kelly. Kelly gets through, breaks loose, spins, turns, first down yardage, still on his feet.
Look at that.
And goes down at about the 36-yard line. And I can tell you right now, Clay Kelly hasn't quit.
No.
Wow.
And that little bull riding come into play right there. It took about 7 different Pinckneyville Panthers to bring him down that time. He was not to be denied.
So first down yardage by Clay Kelly. And Benton has the football now out at the 37-yard line, out their own 37. Rock will work from the shotgun. Kelly is a single back. It's going to be Rock on the keeper. Cuts back to the middle of the field. Takes it down near the 40-yard line. This game's still up for grabs. Benton's down by 2 scores, but if the Rangers could push one in, you got to feel like they're right back in the football game. The Benton defense did a good job.
And I think somebody's going to bust one quick. I got a feeling somebody's going to bust one, and we're going to get a score.
Caleb Rock from the shotgun. In the backfield, Cruz Hayes and Kelly. Here is Clay. Hits the middle of the line, takes it across the 40 to about the 41. It's going to bring up a 3rd down and 5. 3rd and 5, we'll call it. So a big play coming up here for the Rangers. We are at the 4.5-minute mark of the third quarter. Here come the Rangers with a 3rd and 5. Rock from the shotgun. Going to throw it. Got a man open. Or again. No, it's going to be intercepted. Intercepted by Pinckneyville. That is Lazenby. And he takes it back into Benton territory down to the 37-yard line. Big play there as he had 2 receivers out there. It was either going to be Chase Owens or Tyler Orr, and Lazenby steps up, makes the interception, and he's got Pinckneyville back in business down at the Benton 39-yard line.
And if I had to guess, I'd say as soon as Caleb Rock got to the sideline, coach is going to tell him that was just a little bit too much air into that football. It was in the air a little bit too long. Needs to have a little bit more behind it. He had a couple guys open. I think he'll convert next time.
Let's see if the Panthers try and go for the home run ball here following the turnover. Hoagland under center. They're going to hand it off up the middle. It's going to be Hicks, and he's going to take it down to about the 36-yard line. Pickup of about 3. 2nd and 7 for the Pinckneyville Panthers. 3.5 to go in the third. Hoagland from the shotgun. Now he'll move back under center. In motion, but not. Now going to be a handoff the other way to Urian. He's got some room. Still on his feet. Turns the corner. Still on his feet. And big pickup down inside the 15 near the 10-yard line. That was Gabe Urian, a 5'10", 160-pound junior. And, boy, they've got a lot of running backs.
Yeah, it just seems like you call a different name on every other play call for the Panthers. They have a very good offense, quarterback, seasoned quarterback, knows what he's doing, and they're very good. Now, we've seen if you get them into passing situations, not executing as well there, but they don't get into those situations very often.
So Pinckneyville with a first and 10 from about the 11-yard line. They can get a first down. Here's going to be a pitch out, going to be to Lazenby for the touchdown, 10-yard touchdown run, and Pinckneyville goes up 20-0. And the Rangers find themselves in a big hole here at Quillman Field in Pinckneyville. Lazenby, 10-yard run. And that score comes at the 2:31 mark of the third quarter. Pinckneyville goes up 20-0, pending the extra point by Carnes. And we've got a false start on the Panthers. We'll move it back 5 yards, and I don't think that'll bother Carnes whatsoever. He has got quite a leg on him.
Yeah. And he'll still kick it over the track.
Pinckneyville trying to move to 3-0 on the season, and they will begin conference play next week at Sparta. Sparta locked in a 8-8 tie at halftime with West Frankfort. Last score we had over there. Hoagland will hold. They move it back 5 yards. Here's Carnes. Here's the kick. It is up and through. And boy, he can kick the football.
That's the one kicker if I've ever seen one right there.
21-0 Pinckneyville in the lead, and the Rangers just can't seem to catch a break on the offensive side of the football. They have moved the football, but can't move it quite enough.
Right. You know, it's just one of those nights where, for some reason, we can move the ball on offense and we can run the ball. But we're getting down to a certain area of the football field, and I know it shortens, but it just seems like none of the plays start to work. And I don't know what to attribute that to. I don't know. The blocking's been well tonight. You know, we just get a penalty here or there, and I don't know if we get down on ourselves or what the case is.
Murphy and Carterville tied up 14-all with 3 minutes to go in the third.
Whoa.
Murphy just scored. How about this? Christopher CZR up 18-14 at halftime over El Dorado. This might be the upset night around Southern Illinois. You always have one of those nights.
Well, I hope we can add to it right here. Oh.
And we've got an infraction on the kickoff.
Did he throw a flag?
Here's a good score for you. St. Louis 4, Colorado 1 in the fourth inning.
Mm-hmm. 15-18 Sparta up at the half over West Frankfort.
A.J. Massac are tied now, 20-20. That was a 20-6 Massac lead earlier. Here's Carnes again. He booms this one. And it will be fielded on the end line by Van Orbeck. He gets to the outside, and we'll go out of bounds at about the 23-yard line. We have 2:26 to go here in the third.
Well, since you gave your little baseball score, I'll give mine. Pittsburgh up 4-3, bottom of the sixth, 1 out. And Cardinal fans need Pittsburgh to lose, I know, so they're rooting for my Cubbies.
I am a Cubs fan this weekend.
All right, Benton Rangers. Let's see if we can start the comeback trail right here, 21-0.
It will be Caleb Brock from the shotgun, single back. Is going to be Clay Kelly. Brock's back to throw, gets it out to Kelly in the flat. Kelly tries to get to the outside and picks up yardage down to about the 25-yard line. We'll wait for the spot. They give him 3 on the play, 26-yard line. Second down and 7. Second and 7 for the Rangers. Caleb Brock playing in his third varsity game. Just a junior. He's back to throw. He's got a lot of time. He's winging it out over the middle and caught by Jesse Van Orbeck, I believe. Jesse Van Orbeck did a really nice job. He caught that in heavy traffic out near midfield. And nice pass that time from the junior, Caleb Brock.
You don't have any you got by chance?
Ball was spotted at the 26, and it goes out to the 49, so it's a 23-yard pickup on that pass completion by Rock to Van Orbeck.
Thank you. Nice adjustment in the air by Van Horbeck that time, underthrew, maybe purposely because he didn't want to lead him into the traffic, so Van Horbeck stopped his momentum, came back out the ball. Nice catch in traffic, hang on to it, Benton moving the sticks.
1st and 10 from the Benton 49. Here the handoff, Kelly, nowhere to go. Gets it back up near midfield. They'll spot him at the 50. Nose of the football shy of the 50. And they'll bring up 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9. Pinckneyville has used a bend but don't break defense here. Benton has gained some yards, but Pinckneyville's offense, I think, is what's the big long drive in the second quarter really took a lot of the wind out of the Rangers. Here's Rock, loses a handle, and still on his feet, wings it out, and incomplete. Caleb Rock. That snap came in low. He managed to haul it in, then rolled to his right. Looked like he might be caught. Stayed behind the line of scrimmage and wings it out, rolling hard to his right off the hands of Cruz Hayes. And incomplete. It's 3rd down and 9. 3rd and 9 for the Rangers. So we'll see what Benton can come up with here.
I think we're going to get some more time put on the clock. I don't think it ever stopped after that incomplete.
41 seconds remaining here in the third. Got to believe if Benton could pick up 4 or 5, maybe cut that.
Yeah, they're going to put 56 back on the clock.
56 seconds remaining in the third. Benton with a 3rd down and 9. Caleb Rock back to throw under pressure, wings it out, and it was incomplete pass. Intended receiver was Kulik, and that'll bring up 4th down. At the end of the third quarter, the Rangers will have 48 seconds remaining. 48 seconds remain here in the third quarter. Rangers down 21-0.
And they're going for it.
Yeah, I think you're at the point in the game where you can't turn the ball back over. You can't give it back over to them.
Yeah, I think this is Cruz Hayes territory right here. They got to find a way to get him the ball.
Rock. Got a man open, and not going to be short, I believe. Going to be short as stepping out of bounds after the catch was Cole Richardson.
Yeah, 1 yard short.
And he's going to be about a yard short, and that kind of sums up the Rangers game right there tonight. Close, but no cigar. As Cole makes a nice catch, and he's out of bounds, just about a half a yard short of the 1st down. So the Rangers will turn it over on downs again. Pinckneyville will take over leading 21-0 as we wind down in the final 42 seconds of our third quarter. Be sure to stay with us for our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rocket Material. We'll have our Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game. Handoff goes to Trent Hicks on the carry. Picks up 3, 2nd down and 7. We'll have our post-game show by Jesse Drew Rocket Material. Our coaches report brought to you by Skibo Family Eye Care. Don't forget that Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game. All that comes your way later tonight on our post-game show here on WQRL Benton Ranger Football. Hoagland from the shotgun. Now moves under center. Here's going to be a handoff to Paradata. He picks up 1st down yardage as we end our third quarter of play. We've got 3 quarters in the book here at Pinckneyville. Our score, Panthers 21, Benton 0. Back to Quilman Field for fourth quarter action in 60 seconds.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
Back to Benton Ranger football on Q106.
Welcome back to Quilman Field here in Pinckneyville with Justin Wyant. We're glad to have you alongside that. I'm Jim Muir, and we'll head to fourth quarter action here, and the Rangers trailing 21-0. And Justin, the Rangers just seems like just a little short all night long. Can't get the first down that would have maybe got them an opportunity to score inside the 3-yard line. A little short on a first down opportunity here earlier, so kind of been that kind of a night.
Yeah, sure has.
Hoagland under center. Handoff's going to go to Hicks. A lot of room, pushes the pile forward down to about the 42-yard line. Some big scores around the area, some upsets brewing. Chester-Valier continues to lead Chester. Last time we had an update on that score, it was 22-16. Heron 22-14, Chester-Valier up. That's a halftime score. Carmi-White County 14, Johnson City 7. Heron 49, DuQuoin 0. Here's Hoagland back to throw under pressure. Goes down, loses the football, and Pinckneyville will recover. But a big loss on that play, all the way back to the Pinckneyville 46-yard line.
Man, I'm sorry, but I just don't understand some of the play calls. I mean, they're running the ball at will, and they're dropping back. He's taking a 15-yard drop back, trying to throw it deep. They're up 21-0. They ran the ball well all night. I think you got to stick to it.
Yeah, your best friend right now is the clock. So that had disaster written all over it. They lose big yardage all the way back. So it's a second down and Tamaroa for a first down. Second and Tamaroa. Here's a pitch out, going to go to Lazenby.
Well,
and he nearly makes the first down yardage back.
Wow.
Which puts him in Tamaroa. Takes it all the way down to the 30. We'll wait for the official spot. They're going to spot him at the 35. So he picks up about 25 yards on that carry. And it's third down and 3. Wow. That's when you know things are going well, Justin. When you lose 15 yards on your quarterback, losing the handle on the ball, you recover the fumble, and then the first play after that, you pick up 25 yards on a run.
Just keep running.
Third down and about 3. 3rd and 3 for Pinckneyville. They're in 4-down territory at the Benton 35-yard line. Here is a big hole as that was Adam Benoff. And he takes it all the way down inside the 20.
Yeah.
And Pinckneyville threatening again. Leading at 21-0. The Panthers are looking to go 3-0 on the season. The Rangers, if they don't correct things quickly, they're going to fall to 1-2 with a battle looming next week in Ohio Division play at Heron, nicknamed the Graveyard. You can figure that out on your own. Here's a handoff. Going to be Hicks, I think. Trent Hicks on the carry. Takes it down to the 15-yard line. Picked up 4, 2nd and 6. Pinckneyville deliberate now. They'll keep it in the middle of the field and keep that clock running. 9 minutes remaining here in the football game, and Pinckneyville in control, 21-0. And looking for some more with a second down and 6 from the Benton 15. Here's going to be Benoff. and he takes it down near first down yardage down to the 10-yard line.
Benton's defense just seems like they've been on the field all night long. Benton's offense moved the ball well between the 30-yard line, just unable to get anything going. You know, whether it be a false start or, you know, something strange happening or, you know, just lack of offense from Benton tonight. And I'm not blaming Benton's defense at all. I think it was more of a lack of offense. Benton's defense has been on the field all night long.
Oakland under center loses the handle on it, but grabs it, gets it back out, and intended receiver was Lazenby.
Update in the West Frankfort Sparta contest. Sparta up 18-8 at the half. That coming from Scott Davis, who's working tonight, sending me text.
Cesarville, Waltonville, Woodlawn 22, Chester 20 as the Yellow Jackets come back. Marion 42, Harrisburg nothing. Heron 49, DuQuoin nothing. Here is handoff up the middle on a fourth down, going to be first down yardage, and that'll give the Pinckneyville Panthers a first and goal from inside at about the 9-yard line. First and goal. And the clock continues to run as we approach the 8-minute mark here in the fourth quarter. Go back to that second quarter play on the Rangers where they had a fourth down and inches inside the 5, and they couldn't convert, gave it back. Pinckneyville came back and scored, and it's been downhill since then. Here's Benach. And he's pushed back. Benton defense does a good job, stands him up, and then pushes him back.
Good one in on that tackle, as well as Jeremy Clements again, who's played well on the line tonight. Benton's defensive line stood their ground basically all night. They've just been out there too long. They're tired. They're ready to get a drink. It seems like they've been out there on this drive alone for about 15 minutes.
Bonner on the carry. Hoagland now from the shotgun. In motion. Jackson. Now there's going to be a pitch out the other way. And going to be a touchdown by Lazenby. Pardon me. That was Lazenby.
Yeah.
Calden Lazenby. Big block out there by Benach.
We had one chance at the tackle right there. The guy for Benton just kind of grabbed the jersey and let him get in the end zone. I mean, they're tired. I know they're tired. They've been out there a long time.
Score comes at the 7:08 mark of the fourth quarter. Here's a kick by Carnes up, and it is good. And boy, he is quite a kicker. I mean, he makes that look very easy the way he just strides into that ball and booms it off his foot. A lot of times you see kicking at the extra point kicks at the high school level that turns into somewhat of an adventure every time. But Mr. Dylan Carnes, 6'2", 170-pound sophomore, and he's boomed it toward the end zone every kick. And I tell you, that changes the dynamics of a game right there, Justin, when you've got a kid that can kick off and put him back, give him a touchback at the 20-yard line.
Yeah, we've started in fairly bad field position on offense from the kickoff all night long. Yeah, you're right. It's hard to get anything going when they boom it down to the 1-yard line or into the end zone every time. Who's the kid for Heron that's the kicker?
Haynes. Josh Haynes?
I'd say Haynes and this boy right here are probably the two best kickers in Southern Illinois, for my money.
49-8, DuQuoin trails Heron. Also, update on a score, Waterloo 35, Carbondale 7. Fox is trying to get their first win of the season. They lead Wyant and Goreville 16-13 with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. 14-14, Carterville and Murphy tied up in the fourth quarter. Last update we had. Got a text that 2 costly fumbles. Here is a kickoff going to be picked up by Van Orbeck. And he'll take it down to about the 28-yard line.
I would like to see points on the board before we get out of here tonight. We've moved the ball too well to come out of here with a goose egg.
The Rangers pushed the ball down inside the 3-yard line early in the second quarter and could not get it in the end zone. Turned it over on downs. Pinckneyville leading 7-0, promptly took it 97 yards in a drive that lasted nearly the entire second quarter. Benton got the football back with 17 seconds left. Here's a pass out in the flat. Looked like that was to Cole Richardson. We'll wait and see. Completed pass to Cole Richardson. He picks up about 4 yards. 2nd and 6. 2nd and 6. Rangers trail 28-0 here. And we're at the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter. Be sure to stay with us. Our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. Here's Caleb Rock. Lots of time, wings it out, got a man over the middle, and going to be dropped. Had his man, and Jesse Van Orbeck, could not hang on to it. It'll bring it back. And 3rd and 6 for the Rangers.
Still, Caleb back there with plenty of time to throw the ball. Receivers aren't getting open. You got to execute the plays all the way to the whistle. That's one thing we talked about in the pregame. That's what Pinckneyville does well. Benton trying to mount some offense here before we get out of here and draw some positives out of this.
Rock from the shotgun. Rolls to his right, looking. Throws it out.
Daniel.
And got McDaniel for first down yardage out to the 45-yard line. How do you like this score? Massac County led AJ 20-6. The score now is AJ 34, Massac 20. So they have scored 28 straight points after trailing 20-6. We'll have to ask Brett Dieter exactly what he said to his team when they were down 20-6. Here's Rock back to throw. Looking, goes over the middle, got off the hands of Cruz Hayes. Off the hands of Cruz Hayes, it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. As we're at the 5-minute mark now of the fourth quarter. 2nd and 10 for the Rangers from their own 46-yard line. Kulik is a single back. Rock from the shotgun back to throw. And going to go down. Under pressure and goes down. Big number 54 for Pinckneyville, Zach Hagney. 6'2", 230-pounder. And on the sack, and for a big loss, pushes the Rangers all the way back to the 36-yard line. Be 3rd down and 20. 3rd and a bunch for the Rangers. Caleb Rock from the shotgun. And incomplete pass. And it'll bring up 4th down. Be sure to stay with us for the 5th quarter. Immediately following this game, Travis Severin will anchor the program from back in the studio. And we'll join him shortly after this game is over. We'll have a chat with Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder. Catch you up on all the scores. 42-0, Marion leads Heron at the end of the 3rd. All those scores tonight brought to you by our friends at All Stars and Stitches. Here's Van Orbeck to punt it away as he drives the punt all the way back, and Tristan Fisher will down it back inside the 20. Pinckneyville will start out at their own 18-yard line. 5:07 remaining in the ball game. And the Rangers trailing 28-0. Don't forget, our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. That will come your way immediately following this game. Chester Valier 28, Chester 20. 7 minutes to go in the 3rd. So the Red Devils trying to hang on with that upset brewing in Chester. Here's Hoagland. Handoff goes to Hicks.
44.
That was Alex Howard on the carry. Picks up 2, 2nd and 8. We continue on here at Quilman Field with less than 5 minutes to go in the ball game. 4.5 and counting, and the Rangers down by 4 scores, 28-0. Pinckneyville trying to pitch the shutout here tonight. And Geary nearly broke one. He takes it out near the 30. He's near first down yardage, and he nearly broke that one for a long score.
Yeah, one shoelace tackle away from going about 80 yards for a touchdown right there.
.350 remaining in the ball game. Benton down 28-0. And Pinckneyville milking that game clock, or play clock, I should say, for all it's worth. It's down to 5 seconds. Hoagland will hand it off. And again, that was Alex Howard. And he picks up yardage back to about the line of scrimmage. Pinckneyville right now just content to leave it in the middle of the field and let the clock run. 3:20 to play in the ball game. And the Rangers are going to drop to 1 and 2 and put themselves between the proverbial rock and a hard place as they're heading into Heron next Friday night, in a place that's not a good place to play football if you're the visiting team. Heron has got an outstanding record on their home field, so Benton will have its work cut out for them next Friday night at Heron as they begin Ohio Division play.
Yeah, and it's one thing to go in there the favorite and try to come out of there with a win, but you go in there the underdog against a pretty good team, it's just going to be a dogfight all night long for Benton. They've got to correct a lot of things offensively. I think defensively they're okay. Offensively, they've got to try to move the ball a little bit better. Keep Heron's running backs off the field.
And snap goes over the head
They'll probably get
of Donna, and he's going to run it back out, and Benton will take over deep in Pinckneyville territory, but it's going to be too little too late for the Rangers with only 2:30 to play in the football game.
I thought the way the night was going, he'd pick that up and run it for a first down.
Sparta 21, West Frankfort 8. How much time left in that? Third quarter score. So Sparta puts it on West Frankfort 21-8. We'll talk with John Shepard on our fifth quarter program. He's a play-by-play for Sparta. We'll get his thoughts on that game. Heron up 56-8. 5:40 to play in that ball game. Also, Carmi White County up 14-7 over Johnson City. That's the start of the fourth. Last we heard, it was Cesarville, Waltonville, Woodlawn 28, Chester 20. That was a fourth quarter score also. Carterville 21, Murphy 14. That's a 2:03 left in the game.
Oh.
Here's a pass out into the flat for the Rangers. That is Nick Goffinette hauling it in. Two and a half to play. Rangers down by 28-0. Our Jesse Drew Rock and Material postgame show will follow. And Coach will have an interview with Coach Claudefelder, and that'll be brought to you by our friends at Skibo Family Eye Care. Rock out in the flat tray. McDaniel turns a corner and goes out of bounds at about the 14-yard line, maybe the 13.
First down.
Carterville 21, Murphy 14. That's late, 3 minutes to go in the game. Cesarville 28, Chester 20. CZR leading El Dorado. That's an upset brewing.
Upset night, the Black Diamond.
I would say. Here is Rock. Throws it out. Cruz Hayes. Cruz is going to be brought down at about the 12-yard line. We approach the 90-second mark here in this football game. And the Rangers are dropped to 1 and 2.
Pinckneyville very impressive tonight, though. I will
They
say.
have been.
I haven't said that tonight, but offensively and defensively very impressive. They're probably going to battle Carterville for the lead over here.
It clearly looks that way, that these are the two teams. Rock flushed out of the pocket, still on his feet. Going to be brought down. And he'll lose some yardage on that. 1:01 to play in the football game. Clock stopped. Caleb Rock ends up losing 3 yards. He ran about 40 and lost 3. Laterally, he ran from one side of the field to the other and then part of the way back. But all total, he lost 3 yards. Here is Caleb from the shotgun. Clock under a minute, intercepted. Intercepted by Pinckneyville. That is Kristen Fisher. Gets to the outside, and that ought to do it. Pinckneyville will take a knee and ought to wrap this one up. Clock stopped with 48 seconds remaining. So the Rangers are going to drop to 1 and 2, and they have certainly put themselves behind the 8 ball, Justin. As you look at the kind of the way the season breaks down, and you said you kind of felt like got to be 2 and 1 heading into conference play.
This was the same story as last year after the Pinckneyville game. We went 1 and 2, even though last year I think we lost the game at home against Pinckneyville. Everybody thought we should have won the game. We ended up going 1 and 2 after that, and of course, you know the end of the story. After the 9 games was up, we ended up 4 and 5. Last 2 weeks of the season, we had a chance to get that 5th win to get us into the playoffs. It just didn't happen. But you can't keep putting yourself in that position where every game is going to be a playoff game from now on. You got to win them all. That's tough to do in our conference. 2 knees now, and it looks like the ball game's over right there. Pinckneyville wins 28-0.
And the Rangers drop it 28-0 is the score, 28-0. All Pinckneyville in this one, the Rangers just couldn't get the offense going to and the play at the early in the second quarter where Benton had a 4th down and about a 1.5 feet and came inches short of getting the first down, turned the ball over on downs, and Pinckneyville marched at 97 yards and used up nearly the entire second quarter clock, and they win this game by a score of 28-0. But you go back to that one play.
Yeah.
And I think it was really a deflating play at that point in the game. And you and I talked about it. If Benton gets in and ties it up at that point, then you think maybe it's a different ball game. But they didn't, and it wasn't. And the Rangers go down to defeat here tonight, 28-0, drop to 1 and 2. And Pinckneyville, tip your hat to Pinckneyville. They go off. They're 3-0, starting the conference play against Sparta next week, where you got to believe they're a favorite in that game. And they got a chance to start the season off on a great mark.
Absolutely. Credit given to the Pinckneyville Panthers. They had a great game plan coming into this. They executed their game plan, and they're going to come out of here victorious. They're going to move to 3-0. Pinckneyville's in the driver's seat to try to get that 5 or 6 win total that you need to get to the playoffs, and they're in the hunt for a Mississippi Division crown, too, with Carterville. That game will be a dandy one when it happens, but Pinckneyville's got Sparta next week. They'll be favored in that one. Benton, we've said it all along in this game. They move to Heron next week. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to come to play every Friday night now and a Saturday afternoon game against Frankfort if they're going to have a chance in the end to claim a playoff berth.
28-0 is the final here. The Rangers lose this one, drop to 1 and 2 on the season. Let's get in a break. We'll come back with our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Materials. You need dirt, fill, sand, rock, mulch, or lime. The place to go. Jesse Drew Rock and Material in Benton. Give them a call at 927-7857. That's Jesse Drew Rock and Material, 618-927-7857. Jesse Drew Rock and Material. They bring you our post-game show. Back to Pinckneyville in 3 minutes.
Everyone has a lunch special, but what's special about it? At Mr. D's, you get great food at the best price, like the Burger Combo. A hearty, tasty burger, fries, and a drink for only $4.39. That's right, less than $5 for a full meal. Now that's special. Mr. D's has all of your favorites, from chicken strips with gravy to chili dogs to savory barbecue, even a tilapia fish sandwich. Wash it down with your favorite drink like a blueberry Mountain Dew or a milkshake or ice-cold Pepsi. Try an ice cream cone for dessert. Mr. D's Drive-In on North Main, Benton.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew and Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Dig in with full contact coal miner training at Red Lake College. Learn in our new 20,000 square feet coal mine training center. Use real equipment like continuous miners and power sitters, and check out the new mine rescue and fire safety training tunnel. Associate degree and occupational certificates available.
We're full contact, hands-on coal mining. Real equipment, real live, all the time.
What are you waiting for? Call 618-437-5321 and get started.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With a variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophies, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois, 435-555-555.
All Stars and Stitches located at 418 East Main Street here in Benton. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. Our regular hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 5. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. What was that number again, Coach?
435-555-555.
Rock bottom prices and speedy delivery. That's Jesse Drew Rocket Material. Decorative landscaping, driveway rock, topsoil, sand, mulch, or lime. Jesse Drew Rocket Material has what you need to turn your yard into a place where you can relax and be the envy of your neighbors. Jesse Drew Rocket Material also spreads dirt and mulch with their Bobcats so you don't have to. Transform your yard or drive into something you've always imagined. Call Jesse Drew Rocket Material at 927-7857. 927-7857.
Back to Benton Rangers football on your high school sports connection, Q106.
Welcome back to Pinckneyville, Wilman Field with Justin Wyant. I'm Jim Muir. Rangers lose this one 28-0 is the final. A couple other scores coming in. Finals we've got so far. Heron defeats DuQuoin 56-8, and Marion defeats Harrisburg 42-0. Last we heard, Murphy was trailing Carterville late in the game by a score of 21-14. Also, we've been giving you updates on that Cecil-Waltonville Woodlawn game against Chester. Chester had trailed in that game by a couple of touchdowns. They've come back to tie it up at 28. We'll get you a score on that. Final score, Carterville 21, Murphy 14. 21-14. Carterville defeats Murfreesboro in that one. And the final here again is 28-0. Again, our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. If you need dirt, fill, sand, rock, mulch, or lime, the place to go is Jesse Drew Rock and Material in Benton. Give them a call today at 618-927-7857. That's Jesse Drew Rock and Material, our post-game sponsor here on Benton Ranger football. We're joined now by Benton Ranger head football coach Jeremy Clodfelder. And Jeremy, 28-0 is the final. Your thoughts on the game?
Well, just, it is what it is, and I hate that. It stinks for our program and our team and our kids. But, we knew coming into this season we were going to be little, light in the pants, not very strong. And when you're not very strong and you're light in the pants defensively, You don't want to press downhill. Our linebackers do a poor job of pressing downhill and filling gaps against bigger kids, and sometimes that will happen because you're light in the pants and you're not as big. And then our big guys that can lift, our lineman type kids, they don't have a mean bone in their body. They don't have any nastiness about them. And when you don't have that killer attitude when you play the game of football, particularly defensively, it makes for long nights. Probably not just one night, but several long nights. I thought offensively we went on some nice drives, but we didn't finish them off. Quarterback's got to know down and distance down here. We're loaded up for him. We don't want him to stretch it and run wide to the sideline. We want him to get a half a yard for a first down, so it's first and goal inside the one. We got to be smarter than that. And then we'll go on another drive where we get 3rd and 4, and they don't jump, and our center doesn't snap the ball correctly on freeze, and that's just being disciplined to me. The D-line play I didn't think was too terribly bad, just from the sideline view, obviously without watching the tape, but our linebacker play is just really, really bad. Our linebacker play is bad, doesn't even probably do it justice right now. There's no press, there's no physicality. Guys are scraping over the top so they don't have to be physical instead of pressing, coming downhill, filling cutback. That's why counter beats you. Counter runs right up your gut because you don't have any cutback players. So that's about where I'm at with the game.
How deflating was it on the play early in the second quarter when the Rangers have a 4th down and inches down here and maybe a yard and can't get it in? Pinckneyville turns it back up the field and goes 97 yards. Big turnaround in the game.
That's when it is right there. I mean, you got to get a first down again. That's we call a play. It was a quarterback play, and it was leading 11 for him. And just stick your foot in the ground and get vertical. Put your pads down. All we got to do is get a half a yard, and we try to stretch it out, string it out, and go to the sideline. And that's not where. I mean, there's real estate out there, but people are stretching you, and you got to put your. I said you got to put your big boy pants on, put your pads down, and get us a half a yard. I mean, that's what you got to do down there, and then for them to march it the entire way, even at 14-0, I don't know that it was awful. At 14-0, I didn't feel terrible. I felt like we needed to come out and put a drive together here, try and make it 14-7 right after the half, and we went on a nice drive to about the 30 or 28-yard line or so, and we tried to freeze them on a 3rd down, and we did they didn't jump. Credit to them. They're a disciplined team. They're big, they're strong, and like I told our kids in the end zone, it's going to be like that all year. I mean, we're not going to fix that overnight for various reasons of genetics or whatever it is. We're not big, we're not strong, and Ohio's looming, waiting for us, and it's a big, strong league. We're just not, So you try to find some balance with packing in the box and trying to eat the clock and go on some drives, which I think we do. But at some point, you got to get hit pay dirt for those long drives also.
Coach, amidst the shutout, Kelly ran the ball hard. I thought Stiles stepped in and played pretty well out of the backfield. I thought his feet footwork was nice. I thought he got through the line nice. He finished runs really well. I thought in the absence of Mark Torres, I thought Stiles filled in and did a great job.
Oh, we found out tonight that George can play for us a little bit. We like him. We think he can run the counter play. He does that really well. He blocks fairly well on the edge, just to the naked eye from the sideline watching the game and trying to call it. But George will be a guy that will get more snaps for us. He hit the counter pretty well, and we set it up a few times. And then, our quarterback play, I'll go back to Caleb again. That's a critical mistake down there for a guy that doesn't finish that off. But he threw some good balls too. He hit Tyler on the play action deal down the middle of the field on the power pass. He hit Tyler Orr on a post, and then late in the game when we got to sling it and throw it, he threw some balls in there that are drops. I mean, they got to be caught. You're going to get hit by people, and you got to catch it. And we got guys that, I think when we play somebody that's comparable to us in terms of height, weights, in terms of size and strength, I think we're athletic enough to be successful. It's when we play people and you look at their offensive line, and when they came out, they looked at and they fitted up and they played. Give them credit. They played really well.
Yeah, that was my next angle. Is that I think sometimes you have to kind of tip your hat to a team and say, you know what, they really impressed me on the offensive side of football. They pitched the shutout and get the 28-0 win, but they got a lot of guys back there. I mean, you're checking your roster pretty regularly, seeing they got a new guy running at you. So yeah, they're pretty good.
Yep, they're pretty good football team.
Very good, Coach. We appreciate your time as always, and I guess just we know what the Ohio division is all about. We go to Heron, which is a team probably the most observers feels the team to beat, the Ohio. We'll head there next Friday night. So let's roll your sleeves up and get back to work.
That's what we'll do. We'll go back to work.
Very good. Right. Thank you much. That's Benton coach Jeremy Clodfelder. The Rangers lose tonight 28-0. And again, our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. If you need dirt, fill, sand, rock, mulch, or lime, the place to go is Jesse Drew Rock and Material. It's Jesse Drew Rock and Material. You can give them a call, 618-927-7857. And again, I want to tell you that our coach's report brought to you by our friends at Skibo Family Eye Care, located at 4200 Hillberry Road in Mount Vernon. Skibo Family Eye Care accepts most major vision and medical insurance plans, including VSP, iMed, Medicare, and Blue Cross Blue Shield. For all your eye care needs, make an appointment with Dr. Emily Miner Skibo at Skibo Family Eye Care, located at 4200 Hillberry Road, Mount Vernon. Give them a call today, 618-242-6338. That's 618-242-6338, or visit online at SkiboFamilyEyeCare.com. That's Skibo Family Eye Care to bring you our Coach's View report here on Ranger football. Justin Wyant alongside. Justin, your thoughts as we wrap it up?
You know what? Some positives to take out of the game. I mean, of course, we got beat by 4 scores, but you know what? Pinckneyville's a pretty good team. I tip my hat to them. Just like any other night, we get beat. We got beat fair and square. There's things to work on. So hopefully Benton start Monday, get back to work. We got a tough task ahead of us now, starting with Heron in conference play. It's going to be tough. So another thing, a lot of scores haven't been final yet, so stick around. We've got the 5th quarter coming up, hosted by Travis Severin. We're going to be taking a look at every game in Southern Illinois, breaking it down, talking to some people about those games. So if you want to know anything about those, stick around. We're going to be talking about it. So, hopefully we can write some things and get back in the win column real soon, Jim.
The Rangers will hit the road again next Friday night as we head to Heron, a place nicknamed the Graveyard, and rightfully so. They play pretty well at home. Some finals we've got for you, we'll give to you. Benton 28, that's just wishful thinking, I guess, on my part. Pinckneyville 28, Benton 0, and it was Heron defeating DuQuoin 56-8. Carterville comes back and they defeat Murphy 21-14. Marion 42, Harrisburg 0. Nashville defeats Trenton Westland 52-26. Nashville moves to 3-0. So the Nashville Hornets are off to a nice start. And we'll have some more scores for as we move along through the night. Travis will get you caught up on. We've got a lot of scores flying in here right now. Chester and Cesarville, Waltonville, Woodlawn. Cesarville 35. 28 with late in the 4th quarter. So the Red Devils trying to get out there and pull a major upset. So we'll have some scores as Travis will get you caught up on those scores as we move along. AJ was down 20-6 at Massac County. They come back and lead it now 41-26. And they talk about a weird game. So we'll catch you up on all that as we move along here tonight. And again, our post-game show brought to you by Jesse Drew Rock and Material. I also want to remind you that our Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game. I'll put the pressure on you, Justin.
Well, you know what? Our duo of running backs that we had tonight who did the most damage were Kelly and Stiles. I think we ought to give it to Stiles for being thrown in the mix tonight against a heck of a defense in Pinckneyville and did a good job. I want to give it to George Stiles on the Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game.
I think that's a great call. We want to remind you that deer will soon be on the move here in Southern Illinois, and Wilkins Auto Body, they want you to be safe and observant in your travels. But if life happens to you, give Wilkins Auto Body a call for all your auto repair needs. Wilkins Auto Body offers free estimates, a full warranty on workmanship, and paint, and financing is available for deductibles. Wilkins Auto Body is located on East Main Street in the blue and white building right across the street from Rich Aaron Gymnasium. That's Wilkins Auto Body. Give them a call at 435-9373. They bring you our hard hit of the game, and I think that's a good call by Justin Wyant to give that to Mr. Stiles, George Stiles tonight, who who got in the game and I thought made the most of his opportunity. I thought he had some nice plays. So kudos to George Stiles for his fine play tonight. He's our Wilkins Auto Body hard hit of the game. With that, we're going to wrap things up here tonight from Pinckneyville. Again, the final score was 28-0. The Rangers fall to 1-2 overall, and Pinckneyville will improve to 3-0 as they head into Sparta next week, and the Rangers, of course, on the road at Heron next week to begin Ohio Division play. With that said, for our engineer back at the studio, Ashley Bites, be sure and stay tuned for the fifth quarter that's going to come your way just shortly. Travis Severin will be back at the studio on North Main Street, anchoring that. For Ashley, for Travis, for Justin Wyant, I'm Jim Muir. So long for right now. We're back shortly.
Are you suffering from checkout counter shock? Does your register receipt reflect higher and higher prices? Are you tired of juggling a budget that buys less for more? Your Pekin Insurance Agency, SCD Ray & Sons Insurance Agency in Benton, has good news for you. If you insure both your home and auto with Pekin Insurance, you'll receive a discount on both, up to 30% on your homeowner's premiums and up to 15% on your auto premiums. It makes good sense to call SCD Ray & Sons, 439-7557, about an auto home discount, making a difference for you by going beyond the expected.
You need a law firm who is willing to go and fight for you, whether you're in a divorce, accused of a crime, or if you've been injured in an accident.
I'm Brian Drew. My brother Jason and I's law firm was built on and continues to be run on fighting for our clients. We'll fight for you all the way through trial, be it in front of a judge or jury, whatever it takes. From Cairo to Effingham, from river to river, we're here for you. No case is too big, no case is too small. If it matters to you, then it matters to us.
Because when it really matters, hire Drew and Drew. Call 439-9406 or online at drewlawgroup.com.
Tired of feeling just like another number at the big box store pharmacies? Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy takes the time to get to know patients on a first-name basis, understand your needs, explain medications, answer any questions you might have, and maintain a great relationship with your third-party insurance, Medicare, or Illinois Public Aid card. Really, it's the prompt professional service and free delivery in the Benton West City area that really set Kimmel Chaplin apart from all the others. Kimmel Chaplin Pharmacy, inside the Benton Medical Center on Bailey Lane.
When it's time to make sure your teeth are in healthy condition, call Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton to schedule your appointment or your child's appointment. Regular cleaning and checkups are part of maintaining your teeth for a comfortable, healthy smile. And if you're looking to brighten your smile, Dr. Simpson offers whitening too. When your teeth need cleaning, filling, crowns, bridge work, whitening, and more, call Dr. Simpson to make an appointment. 439-4364. That's 439-4364 for Dr. Simpson, DDS in Benton.
The scores are rolling in from across Southern Illinois, and Q106 broadcasts them first. The fifth quarter show is brought to you by Leffler Polson Funeral Home in Benton, Rend Lake College, U.S. Bank, and Weeks in Benton. The fifth quarter show starts now.
Good evening and welcome to the fifth quarter. I'm Travis Severin. I'll be your host tonight for our high school sports show where we're going to talk everything football tonight here at Q106 headquarters, Benton, Illinois. We're excited to have you on board here. Week number 3 is coming to a close. Games going final all over Southern Illinois. And we're glad you're with us. We'll just let you know if you'd like to be part of the broadcast tonight, you can always call in. We'd love to have you. If you're driving home from somewhere, if you're listening to a ball game somewhere, call into the show, 1-800-439-1063 or 618-435-8100. That's 1-800-439-1063 or 618-435-8100. Love to have you part of the show. Talk about any game you've been to tonight. Great games all over Southern Illinois. And that's what we do here on the fifth quarter. Give you score updates, finals, games some in the fourth quarter. We'll have interviews for you from a couple sports writers and broadcasters from all over, but we'd love for you to call in. This is your show. I'm Travis Severin, the host. We'll have Jim Muir and Justin Wyant on with us here in a few minutes. They just got done calling the ball game tonight from Pinckneyville, where from Quillman Stadium, the Panthers knocked off the Benton Rangers 28-0. Pinckneyville 3-0. Long time. I'm actually trying to find a date from the last time Pinckneyville was 3-0. We're going to get you started, though, with the scores that we've got so far as these go final. I know Ashley's feverishly working the Twitter feed and things over there. She'll be giving me more updates as we go, but here's some final scores for you. Like I just said, the game that was called right here on WQRL, Pinckneyville 28-0 over Benton. We can tell you with 2 minutes to go in the game, Anna Jonesboro 48-26 over Massac County. Heron defeats DuQuoin 56-8. Heron now 2-1. DuQuoin drops to 1-2. Last we heard at the end of 3 quarters, it was Sparta 21-8 over West Frankfort. Carterville with a big win. Carterville moves to 3-0. They knock off Murfreesboro 21-14. Carterville 3-0. Murphy now 2-1. Marion gets their first win of the season. Marion knocks off Harrisburg tonight. Harrisburg drops to 0-3. Marion with a 42-0 win. 42-0 Marion over Harrisburg. Other scores from around the region to give you. Nashville got a decisive win tonight. They double up Trenton Westglen. Nashville 52, Westglen 26. And I learned that. Just to let you know, I learned that this year. It's not Westglen, it's Westglen. Here's why I didn't know it. Westglen stands for Western Clinton County High School. I hear people from Southern Illinois always call it Westland. I'm like, no, it's Westglen. So there you go. There's your little trivia for the night. 52-26 Nashville over Westglen. Other scores from the Black Diamond. Lots of great games in the Black Diamond. How about this one? Brian Blades, good friend of mine, Hamilton County head coach, 50-yard bomb at the buzzer. Touchdown pass, Hamco. First win of the season. They beat Vienna Goreville 22-20. Congratulations to Hamilton County. Brian Blades, his first varsity head coaching victory. Hopefully many more for him and the Foxes. 22-20 was the score there. Carmi White County, they're 2-1. Big win tonight, 21-13 over Johnson City. Last we had heard Chester, it's a seesaw game. Back and forth it has gone all night, but Chester was leading 34-28 over Cesar-Valere, Waltonville, Woodlawn. That was 34-28 in the fourth quarter. El Dorado, last we heard, another great game. It's been back and forth. El Dorado was leading 34-32 over Christopher Ziegler Royalton, also in the fourth quarter. So waiting some finals there. Some South 7 scores to give you. Waterloo knocks off Carbondale, 35-14. Centralia, big winners over Charleston. Centralia, the Orphans, 42-0 over Charleston. We already told you that Marion beat Harrisburg 42-0. Troy Triad 42-18 over Mount Vernon. We're waiting. I don't know if that's a final yet. It was 42-18 we heard late. Also late, it was I think a Breeze Mater Dei leading over Belleville Altoff 12-7. So Breeze Mater Dei 12-7 over Belleville Altoff. That was late in the fourth. So that's a breakdown of all the games. We're going to get you some of those finals that we're still waiting on here in a few minutes. You're listening to the fifth quarter. We're going to take our first break, come back. We'll try to have, if there's anybody, like I said, if you'd like to call in, we'd love to have you. Call in about any game you've been to tonight. 1-800-439-1063 or 618-435-8100. If you'd like to be part of the fifth quarter, we'd love to have you. Talk about the game you've seen tonight. I know the Cardinals were winning last I heard. That's super important to me. But we're going to take a break, come back, and hopefully with some interviews and more score updates. Thanks for listening to the fifth quarter. We'll be back.
Tending to the needs of your family for the future is just as important as ensuring they're taken care of today. Within hours of a death, families find themselves confronted with numerous difficult decisions and necessary details. Pre-planning services with Leffler Poulsen Funeral Home can alleviate burdens by making these decisions ahead of time. For guidance and understanding the benefits of pre-planning, call Leffler Poulsen Funeral Home at 438-0021 or request pre-planning information online at lpfuneralhome.com.
We're looking to expand our business.
So we went to U.S. Bank for some financial solutions.
Luckily, they had the 19-employee, location-expanding, future vending machine-owning business package.
They kind of invented it for us.
U.S. Bank offers custom financial solutions for your business, from startup to expansion and beyond. Visit your local branch today. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. Some restrictions and fees may apply. See your banker for more information. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank, National Association, member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Renley College's Adult Volunteer Literacy Program is looking for volunteers to help stop adult illiteracy. Give the gift of reading and be a hero forever. Renley College will provide you with training and materials to help adults develop the basic reading ability needed to excel. You can work one-on-one, tutor a small group, or work with students in an adult education classroom. Experience the joy of helping others and change a life. Call Renley College's Volunteer Partnership toll-free at 800-369-5321, extension 1342.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory Motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophies, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois. 435-555-555.
All Stars and Stitches located at 418 East Main Street here in Benton. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. Our regular hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 5. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. What was that number again, Coach?
435-555-555.
Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Weather, and it's an exciting night for high school football. Glad you're with us. Travis Severin here. Justin Wyant, Jim Muir will be calling in shortly. We can tell you tonight. Final scores, let's hit them for you guys. Here's the finals, and this is unique. Benton Ranger football, we're never on the air at 9:25. Ashley and I were joking. Usually the Benton game, we're on the air about 10:07, but tonight the Ranger game got over early, so hopefully you're tuning into the fifth quarter wherever you're driving in from all over Southern Illinois, or if you're on WQRLradio.com. That's WQRLradio.com. You can listen. I don't care if you're in Portugal, you could listen. We'd love to have you. But here's some score updates we're going to give you here. I think we just... Yes, you can call and talk about my hat. Someone wanted to know if they could call in and talk about my mint-colored hat I had on the sideline tonight. I don't care. Call in. We can't give you an update. Anna Jonesboro in Massac County with 3 minutes to go. AJ's up 48-32. That's an update at 48-32. Anna Jonesboro leading over Massac County. Another game everybody's texting and asking about. Chester still leading Cesar Valera Waltonville Woodlawn 34-28. Another game going on still that we don't have a final on yet. Troy Triad was up 42-18 over Mount Vernon. Let's hit all your finals for you. Pinckneyville tonight, big winners. Todd Thomas, a former Benton Ranger assistant, 28-0. He beats Benton tonight. Pinckneyville 3-0, 28-0 with the win. Heron defeats DuQuoin 56-8. 56-8. Heron now 2-1. DuQuoin drops to 1-2. Sparta was up 21-8 over West Frankfort. We're waiting for that final. That was in the fourth quarter. Sparta trying to go to 2-1 on the season. Carterville 3-0 was maybe the marquee matchup of the night. Carterville beats Murfreesboro in a battle of undefeated teams. Carterville 21-14. They are now 3-0. Murphy drops to 2-1. I'm sure that was a whale of a game. Scott Meese is going to come on and talk about that game here in a few minutes. Marion gets their first win of the year. They beat Harrisburg. Harrisburg now winless, 0-3. You don't hear that very often from Bulldog land. Marion 42-0 tonight over Harrisburg. Other finals, Nashville doubles up Trenton Westland 52-26. Nashville 52-26 victorious. Other scores, let's go to the Black Diamond. Black Diamond with great games tonight, guys. Listen how close all these games are in the Black Diamond. You can't ask for better football with these scores. Carmi-White County 2-1. They win 21-13 over Johnson City. Hamilton County, Brian Blades, first-year head coach. His team throws a 50-yard pass. The guy that in WMCL said the ball got tipped in the air and caught by Hamilton County to win it at the buzzer. And yeah, the Fox's game was heard on WMCL 107.9 FM and WMCL AM 1060. WMCL AM 1060 has been around for like how long? Before you and I were born? Hey, you can always catch them, though. Great football for Hamilton County. Very proud of those guys. They are one of our sister stations. They win 22-20 over Vienna Goreville. A game that's in the fourth quarter late. Chester in a wild game. They're leading Cesar Valera Waltonville Woodlawn 34-28. We're still waiting. Ronnie Van Horn's been texting like crazy. Chester has scored again. 40-yard touchdown run for Chester 30 seconds ago. Wow. 42-28, Chester now leading. 42-28, Chester over SVWW. El Dorado 34-32 over CZR. We're waiting for a final there. That game's been back and forth. Let's go to the South 7. Waterloo 35-14 over Carbondale. Centralia, big winner over Charleston, 42-0. We already told you Marion beat Harrisburg 42-0. Troy Triad was up 42-18 over Mount Vernon with a couple minutes left. Belleville-Altoff has retaken the lead. They're up 15-12. They called it the Holy War. I saw on Twitter, Belleville-Altoff beating Breeze Mater Dei 15-12 with 9:40 to go in the game. So this is the fifth quarter. I'm Travis Severin, your host. Jim Muir and Justin Wyant, they'll be calling in. They were at the Pinckneyville game tonight. I don't think we've got a caller yet. I think she'd give me the Okay, so if you'd like to call in, it's 1-800-439-1063, 1-800-439-1063, or 618-435-8100. We're going to take a break and come back with our first guest. We've got a couple of the announcers that have, actually, we might have a call now. Okay, we're going to take a break, come back with a caller or one of our first broadcasters listening to the fifth quarter, back right after this.
Planning services with Leffler Polson Funeral Home may be as simple as recording one's biographical information, instructions, and wishes, or as detailed as selecting a casket and vault in advance. Whatever is discussed will be put in writing and kept in our files for use when needed. Financing may also be arranged in advance, and if you're uncomfortable meeting at the funeral home for planning, Marty will arrange to speak to you in the comfort of your own home. Call Leffler Polson Funeral Home at 438-0021 or request pre-planning information online at lpfuneralhome.com.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques or trophy, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois, 435-555-555.
All Stars and Stitches located at 418 East Main Street here in Benton. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. Our regular hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 5. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. What was that number again, Coach?
435-555-555.
Don't just dream about a better job, go get it with scores of programs that take 2 years, 1 year, or even just a few months to complete. Rend Lake College is your gateway to a career you'll love. From nursing to coal mining, from computer programming to cosmetology, and everything in between. Rend Lake College is affordable, convenient, and ready to get you trained for your new job fast. Call us at 618-437-5321 or visit us at rlc.edu.
Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter. Travis Severin here in studio. We've got our first guest of the night. We've been joined by Jim Muir, Justin Wyant, and Scott Meese. Scott, I know you're trying to drive and talk here. I think Jim and Justin are as well. Scott, we'll get right to it. You were at what most people think was the game of the night. 2 undefeated teams, Carterville 2-0, Murphy 2-0. Scott from the Southern Illinois, thanks for joining the show.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Can hear you great. Can you hear me?
It was an unbelievable ball game. Sorry, I've got the phone on the seat of my car.
That's okay. Just drive safely, Scott.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable game. A lot of people there. Just Murphy's they're good, and obviously Carterville's real good.
Hey, Scott, tell us about the ball game. I mean, it seemed like it was a back-and-forth game. Everything I've seen on Twitter, because it's the fastest place to find information, sounded like it was a great ball game. We were reading your tweets all night long from when I wasn't driving and reading. I won't say that. But anyways, I was reading a lot of your tweets. But just tell us about the game you just covered, Scott.
Well, Carterville took 14-0 lead at halftime. The Lions dominated the clock. They were giving it to Bazillion up the middle behind that big line. I mean, the first half got over with at 7:45, I think. And so they're up 14-0 at the half. But whatever Gary Carter told the Red Devils at halftime, it worked. They came out, got a turnover, tied it up to 14, had all the momentum, and it looked like they might win the ball game.
Looked like they might win the ball game. It sounded like Carterville pulled it out late. What did the Lions do to pull that game out?
Let's see. They got the ball back from Murphy and just drove it down. There might have been a turnover. I can't remember. It was so crazy. They just drove it down and scored with about 2 minutes left. But Murphy could throw it. They turned it over right away deep, and Carterville was able to run the clock out in the last minute and a half.
Hey, Scott, Jim Muir here. I got a question for you. Carterville's so good last year, and they lose Michael Ashford, they lose Philip Frangelo. I think sometimes it's underrated how important that offensive line is. Carterville's returns its offensive line and some key defensive linebackers. Well, I tell you what, they filled in some spots with skill players, but the key players back on that line last year make a big difference.
They've got 2 linemen that are 270, another line about 240. They really did well with Murphy's smaller line.
Hey, Scott, let me ask you this. How much easier is it from a rider standpoint to cover a game like that with the atmosphere and everything going on? Was it like a playoff game?
It did kind of feel like a playoff. I mean, Carterville hasn't played in a close game yet. Murphy really hasn't either. So probably good for both teams. Murphy's they're gonna make the playoffs this year. They're legit.
Hey, Scott. Let me ask you this: you've covered obviously games each week so far. From what you've seen after 3 weeks of high school football, kind of give me your take from the different games you've been to, and who kind of stands out to you with the games you've covered and what you covered throughout the week, not just at games, but what you cover for the Southern.
So far, I think overall the area is pretty mediocre. I think most people would agree with that. Murphy's above average. Carterville's above average. Heron's above average. Outside of that, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it seems like so far, especially with the South 7, that conference really seems up for grabs. Obviously, it's been non-conference football so far, but I don't know who's going to take over in the South 7. You know, Centralia won big tonight. Mount Vernon got knocked off. Marion beats Harrisburg. I know, Waterloo thumped Carbondale. What are your thoughts on the South 7?
Well, Centralia's 3-0, but you got to look at who they played, which is basically nobody. Got no fault of their own. It's just who was on the schedule, and everything else is had a bit of a time. I think Mount Vernon 1-2, Marion 1-2, Carbondale 0-3. Don't know much about Altough really.
Yeah, Altough actually ended up winning tonight, 22-12. They came back. They were trailing 12-7, scored the last 15 points in that ball game. So Altough knocked off Modern Day. They call it the Holy War, 22-12. Altough won that one.
Hey guys, let me jump in a second. I put my vote in for another team that's going to be in the playoffs this year. I think Pinckneyville Panthers are going to be in the playoffs this year. They've got a lot of weapons on offense. I think they're kind of a bend but not break defense, but I like this Pinckneyville team.
Yeah, it sounded like, I don't know if Scott's seen Pinckneyville yet, but I was there just for the first half, Jim, with you and Justin and myself being down on the sideline. Pinckneyville really moved the ball very well. They got a lot of guys in motion, and the Rangers had trouble defensively knowing who had the ball and stopping them. Next thing you know, they maybe tackle the wing back, and the fullback goes for 10 yards, and they did a nice job moving the ball. And I was impressed with, even though they threw a couple interceptions, it never really seemed like they got frazzled. If you look at it, 14 points in the first half, 14 in the second half. They win 28-0, and Benton, a team that just put up a lot of points last week against Sparta, a team that was winning late against West Frankfort and was holding Frankfort just to 8 points. It looks good for Todd Thomas so far. Being 3-0 for Pinckneyville, and let's face it, DuQuoin looks a little maybe down this year. So far, Nashville got a big win, but I think Pinckneyville's going to be in the thick of things over in the Mississippi Division.
Are Pinckneyville and Nashville both 3-0?
Well, I'd have to
repeat that again.
He asked if Nashville and Pinckneyville were both 3-0.
Both of them were 3-0. Yeah, Nashville went 3-0 with a win over Trenton West on the night.
Yeah, so they're both 3-0. Then you've got then you can never count out DuQuoin, but I mean, then you got Carterville and AJ looming, and AJ with a huge come from behind win. AJ, of course, lost last week to Murfreesboro, so it looks like the Mississippi division after Carterville, there's a lot of teams right there. That's going to be some interesting games down the stretch.
Oh, yeah. Have fun picking between Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, Nashville, even Sparta and AJ. I mean,
it's Sparta. I just got a final, guys. Sparta beats Frankfurt. So Sparta's 2-1. They win 21-14 over West Frankfurt.
Very nice win for Rob Kirk. He's gonna turn that program around, I believe. I hear a lot of good things about him.
Yeah, they played very well week one. They stubbed their toe last week against Benton, but way to come back and get a home win against West Frankfurt tonight. Well, Scott and Jim and Justin out there, give me your thoughts on the Ohio division. I mean, Murphy and Heron, do you feel like that's the two front runners in the conference?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think clearly we've established that now, and I think everybody else on any given night, I think if you look at Massac, Harrisburg, Benton, and West Frankfurt, there's nobody. I think anybody could beat anybody out of that group the rest of the season.
I agree with Jim there.
How about this score, guys? Talking about the Black Diamond being a wild conference. How about this final? 50. El Dorado hangs a 50 on the board, 50-32. El Dorado beats CZR. What a wild game. How about your thoughts on the Black Diamond, guys? The Black Diamond right now, 50-32 is the final. That conference, Carmi wins 21-13 tonight. Hamco wins 22-20. Chester was up Chester was up pretty big now late. I think it was 48 or 49-28 over Cesar. Last score we had seen. Jim, and I don't know if you guys, I know you're driving. I don't know if Justin's got any more new text, but that's been a wild game. What are your thoughts on the BDC, guys?
Oh, Fairfield's going to be tough to beat.
Oh, I forgot they had a bye. They had a bye tonight. Fairfield's 2-0.
The word that comes to my mind on the Diamond is entertaining. I mean, some of these scores are real, and Chester, Valeria, Waltonville, Woodlawn, they jump out on Chester and get a big lead. Chester comes back and wins, and then, the game over at Hamilton County, I can't wait to hear the replay of that. I mean, you've got Dean Kelly, who does the color. His son catches the winning touchdown with time expired, and they win the game. I want to hear what him and Tom Mooney had to say about that.
Well,
that had to be a wild finish over at Hamco tonight.
Can I just tell you this? Jim, in the studio where I'm located right now. Scott does as well, and so does Justin. For the listeners out there, what am I, 5 feet away from the studio? I'm 5 feet away from the studio, and the young man in there doing the board for the MCL, for the Hamco game, all of a sudden Ashley, she about jumped out of her seat because it got so loud in there. I didn't realize who was doing the color commentating. He was like, just going crazy on that last play. I didn't know what the heck was going on. I ran in there, and the guy said, they just threw a 50-yard touchdown. Everybody's going nuts.
I mean, it was a Hail Mary with, I think, 3.6 on the clock of the text we got, and they win it. That had to be a great finish at Hamco, and what a great win. Brian Blades we had him on the show a couple of times. He's a great and so a win for him tonight.
Yeah, great win for Hamilton County, and it's been some tough years over there. But Brian's got a lot of energy, and he's a great guy. I know him very well, and hopefully things work out. He's I don't know if he's on the payroll, but he's like the delivery man for my dad at All Stars and Stitches. He's got him taking more stuff to Hamilton County, I think, than anybody. He needs to like Gilster Mary Lee on the side of his car or something.
Is everything final tonight? Do we know?
The only thing. I have not got a final yet, unless you guys have, on the Chester SVWW game. The Cesar, Valier, Waltonville, Woodlawn, and Chester game is the only game I don't have a final on. I can tell you Sparta was final over West Frankfurt. Let me hit those finals for you guys real quick. We'll just start right down from the beginning. 28-0 Pinckneyville over Benton. AJ 4. If I could read handwriting here, it's not. Ashley has good handwriting. I can't read my own. 48-32 was the final. AJ over Massac County, 48-32. Heron 56-8 over DuQuoin. Sparta 21-14 over Frankfurt. Carterville 21-14 over Murphy. Marion 42-0 over Harrisburg. Nashville 52-26 over Trenton Westland. In the BDC, it was 21-13. Carmi White County over Johnson City. Hamco 22-0 or 22-20 over Vienna Goreville. Like we said, Chester was up 48-28 the last score we heard. Chester was up 48-28 over SVWW, and 50-32 El Dorado beat CZR. Waterloo 35-14 in the South 7. Waterloo 35-14 over Carbondale. Centralia, another South 17, 42-0 over Charleston. Troy Triad knocked off Mount Vernon tonight, 42-24, and Belleville Althoff was victorious, 22-12 over Modern Day. So we're waiting. Actually, we might have got a final. We're just waiting on that. We need Ronnie V, Jim. We need Ronnie V to give us a final update on that ball game. He's over there at the game tonight with Cesar and Chester. So we're just waiting. But pretty much that's it. That wraps things up. We're going to take a break. Scott, thanks so much for joining the show. We really appreciate you coming on the fifth quarter tonight.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was fun. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, you're listening to the fifth quarter. We're going to take a break, and we're going to try to get hooked up. I know Les Winkler was at a big game tonight. He was at Carmine White County JC. A lot of other games to talk about. You're listening to the fifth quarter. We'll be back right after this.
Leffler Polson Funeral Home on East Main in Benton continues to make positive changes to accommodate you during your time of grief and need. Wheelchair ramps begin at the main entrance and the chapel is completely handicap accessible. There's a coffee lounge providing a comfortable place for the family to gather and an outdoor garden for those that need to step outside for a break. The chapel has been enlarged and since purchasing the home, the Leffler family has made many decorative updates throughout. For more information, call 438-0021 or visit lpfuneralhome.com.
We're looking to expand our business.
So we went to U.S. Bank for some financial solutions.
Luckily, they had the 19-employee location expanding future vending machine owning business package.
They kind of invented it for us.
U.S. Bank offers custom financial solutions for your business, from startup to expansion and beyond. Visit your local branch today. U.S. Bank, all of us serving you. Subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. Some restrictions and fees may apply. See your banker for more information. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank, National Association, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price.
Hey, this is Coach Aaron. If you need screen printing, embroidery, plaques, or trophy, give the big man, Big Dave, a call at All Stars and Stitches in Benton, Illinois, 435-555-555.
All Stars and Stitches located at 418 East Main Street here in Benton. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. Our regular hours are Monday through Friday from 10 to 5. We're located a half a block from the Benton High School. What was that number again, Coach?
435-555-555.
Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter. Travis Severin in studio. Jim Muir and Justin Wyant driving in, and I think we've got our first caller of the night. And Ashley said, Trav, I think we got the Super Fox on. Is this the one and only Charlie Pendle?
This is the Super Fox.
The Super Fox is out there. Oh, this is great. Love it. Hey, thanks for calling in the fifth quarter tonight.
Hey, I always enjoy your show. You guys are great, and I just wanted to let you know about our big win tonight. I was just right in front of it. The 50-yard pass bounced off 2 Wyant players and right into the hands of little Anthony Mauser, and he ran it in for a touchdown. And we were down 13-0 at halftime. We came back and went ahead 16-13, and Wyant scored with 3.1 seconds to go ahead 20-16, and then they threw a 50-yard. Well, they kicked off and did a bullet kick to the 50-yard line, 5-yard kick, and we threw a Hail Mary pass and bounced off 2 players and into the hands of one of our Foxes, and he scored, and the guys celebrated, and just a great win for the program because the guys have been really working hard, and Brian Blades and the rest of the staff have really been working hard at getting these guys to start winning, and that was a big win tonight.
Hey, Charlie, great to have you on the show tonight. Thanks a lot for calling in. Hey, I got a question for you. How many sporting events have you seen in Hamilton County in your lifetime?
Well,
every one, maybe, huh?
I've seen almost every one of them, except for last year when I was in the hospital, and I haven't missed many. I don't like to miss many because these kids are important to me. I've coached for 28 years, and I've covered them for a lot longer, and it's just important to me. And these kids deserve to be covered and bragged on. And we've got a lot of good kids around here, and our football program is struggling at the moment, but they haven't given up. We got beat by 50-0 up at Fairfield, but Fairfield's really, really good, and our guys never quit the whole time. And tonight they showed that they don't quit. You never quit with any seconds on the clock, and that became a winner. And that tells our younger kids that you don't quit, and they didn't tonight, and we were very proud of them.
Very good. Charlie, thanks a lot for calling in tonight. We really appreciate it, and you added a lot to our show. You've certainly been a great fan through the years, through the good and bad times. Thanks a lot for joining our show tonight.
I got to say one thing.
Guys.
I got to say one thing. Charlie, are you still out there?
Very much.
Charlie, I got to ask you one thing.
Sure.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
I got to ask you one thing, especially since Jim's related to him. Bruce Baker better than Brian Sloan?
Don't start that again, Travis. That's bad blood from many years ago.
I'm just kidding. Hey, obviously, Dr. Sloan, I should say, Dr. Brian Sloan. Oh, those were the days, though, Charlie. I was a little boy. I can remember seeing you in all those ball games. A pleasure to have you on the show tonight. I had to get that in, brother. I appreciate you seeing you all those years at Rich Heron Gym.
Hey, ask me any time, kid.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night, guys.
All right,
Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, Jim. I had to ask him.
Now that he's gone, there's no question. Baker was better.
Of course, if you don't know this, Bruce Baker is Jim Muir's nephew, correct?
And I tell you what, that might be some of the great basketball ever played at Rich Heron Gym. Those Benton McLeansboro matchups back in the early '80s at the BIT. Maybe the greatest crowd ever at a game there. So yeah, pretty good times.
Hey, how about this game, Jim? Your Red Devils won't go away. Chester 48-36. Chester's up 48-36. There's still 3:41 left in the fourth quarter. And
wow.
What a wild shootout going on. That game's been back and forth all night long. You are listening to the fifth quarter. We are waiting on our next. I think we're going to have a call back we got to have a call back here in just a second. But guys, let me give your thoughts. Give me your thoughts. Excuse me, Jim Muir and Justin Wyant. Justin, are you alive?
I'm here, bud. I'm here. I'm just waiting to get, word in edgewise with you.
Well, we're excited tonight. It's big week 3 tonight. Give me the thoughts, guys, Jim and Justin, J&J, the bearded boys. Give me your thoughts on the 28-0 win from Pinckneyville tonight.
Travis, I thought going through the game, I thought Benton moved the offense well, but, thinking about the game, I just thought we were overmatched. I thought, they were just bigger, they were stronger, they were more disciplined maybe on the lines a little bit, but, Benton gave it a good effort. Sometimes when you're the underdog, you just play like the underdog sometimes, and you know what? We're a young team. We're still learning on the fly. I thought some of our skill players did a great job. I thought our defensive line did a heck of a job all night long trying to figure out who had the ball. It's a tough offense to try to defend over there that Pinckneyville is running, but they do it well, and I look for them to contend in the Mississippi division all year.
I have to echo the same thoughts as Justin. I don't think you can sit and say that, that I don't think this player or that player. I think that when you look at the whole scheme, Pinckneyville's a better team. I think you just have to tip your hat some nights and say you got beat by a better team, and I think that's what happened tonight. I mean, I still look at this Benton team, Travis, and so many kids that are playing their second and third varsity football game ever. You got Caleb Rock back there, who I think's done an outstanding job through 3 games. He's played 3 games of varsity football in his life. I mean, so I just think there's a lot of kids in learning experiences, and it's going to be some growing pains this year, and I think we're seeing that happen.
I think you're exactly right, and I think we've actually been joined on the fifth quarter JS. Is that the John Shepard, the voice of the Sparta Bulldogs? John, thanks very much for being a first-time caller. Hopefully, in the future, more than once, you'll be here on the fifth quarter with us, buddy.
Yeah, it's good to be 2-1, guys. And I had some impressions of your club last week. Benton's very good. I think you guys are a postseason team for sure.
John, you guys win tonight over the Frankfurt Redbirds. Give us your thoughts on the game. You just got done calling the game. You win 21-14. You've been in radio your whole life, John. Give me your thoughts on this game tonight.
Well, it was one of the more unusual football games I've seen in a long time. We give a Star of the Game award away every game. And for the first time, I think, in about 20 years, we gave it to the field goal kicker tonight for the Sparta Bulldogs, Will Price, as he hit a 42 and a 32-yard field goal to lock this thing up.
Wow.
But really a good performance by the defense. Basically, the 14 points for West Frankfurt were on two, I don't want to call them trick plays. One was a halfback pass. The other was a tipped pass that was intercepted by one of the Sparta cornerbacks. He lost a handle on it, taken out of his hands basically by one of the wide receivers for West Frankfurt. He took it down to the 3, and then they punched it in. But overall, a really good defensive performance, similar to what you guys saw in the first quarter and half of the game last week with Benton. They just played with that intensity all game long. And, really an all-around much improved performance. The quarterback, of course, for Sparta, Drew Cordes, he had a much improved performance tonight, as really felt a lot more comfortable. He threw for 105 yards on 5 completions tonight, including 2 touchdowns. So he kind of shook that rust off. It really gives them a lot of good momentum, especially on defense, going back home for it seems like the first time in a month next week to take on the Pinckneyville Panthers.
Hey, John, Jim Muir here. We saw Sparta last week on 2 different nights. One of the kids that really impressed me, I just think he really runs hard, kind of a north-south runner, puts his head down, keeps those legs moving. Seth Ferguson's a nice player.
Yeah, he is, Jim, and he had 13 carries tonight for 75 yards. He also made some really, really good key defensive plays, too. My biggest problem with Seth, Jim, is I can't decide if he's a better defensive player or offensive player. He's really a do-anything player. And, Sparta's got several players like that. Of course, Will Price is another one. He made he had 2 sacks tonight, kicked the 2 field goals, and even ran 3 times for 32 yards. So, they've got some players that really, this particular junior class is good for Sparta. And I think that next year will probably be their peak, and with a good supporting cast coming up behind him as well. So we're excited about the future over in Bulldog Country for sure.
If you're just turning into the fifth quarter tonight, this is John Shepard on with us. John Shepard is the voice of the Sparta Bulldogs. Sparta with a big win, 21-14 over West Frankfurt tonight. Sparta, I just saw someone tweet it, Sparta 2-1, first time in like 7 years when Seth English was the coach. They've been 2-1, a long time for Sparta Bulldogs to be in 2-1. And John, give me your thoughts. Coach Kirk doing a nice job his first year there. What's it like in Bulldog land?
Well, they had a very good week of practice. Coach Kirk is cerebral. Of course, he originally hails from right up the road from you guys in Mount Vernon. He was a standout player for the Rams back in some of their glory days. He played his college ball over at McKendree. He came into this with a good attitude. He realized coming off of last year, Sparta didn't have a hard time scoring points last year. Their problems were on defense. He spent the majority of the summer concentrating on the defense and getting that basically shored up. And you saw obviously last week they did play with flashes of brilliance. But one of the things that impressed me most about Coach Kirk is after the Benton game, he said quite clearly, I overcoached this thing. We tried to do too much between the Friday and the Saturday, and he really took the hit, for the performance in the game. I'm obviously not saying that Sparta necessarily would have beaten Benton, but they could have perhaps made a better showing, and I think he learned lessons from that. He's skinning down the playbook a little bit, and it really proved good tonight. The one thing I will say about him too, he can adjust well. Yeah, he sees problems or he sees effective plays the opposition's making, and he adjusts well too. I think this guy is going to be a very good coach down the road, and I hope he stays at Sparta for a good long time. And Jim, I wanted to ask you guys a question. I didn't see the final score of your game tonight. What did you guys do?
28-0 lost Pinckneyville, and Pinckneyville's a nice team. They got a lot of weapons out of the backfield, and I just think they're big, they're strong, they got some quickness. I came away impressed.
Well, they may be the second best team in that Mississippi division, and obviously I think the Mississippi division is really a story of the haves and the have-nots. Obviously Pinckneyville and Carterville appear to be the haves. AJ and DuQuoin obviously down years. I really don't know where Sparta fits in that mix, and not real sure where Nashville fits in. But that Ohio division tonight, I understand they had a dandy of a ball game between Murfreesboro and Carterville tonight.
Yeah, Carterville wins that one 21-14, so an excellent ball game there.
All right. Well, obviously we've got a big task ahead of us with Pinckneyville next week at Sparta. That'll take a lot of preparation, but I will say this, guys, it'll be good to be back home. It seems like a month since we've had a home game at Pierce Field.
And if people don't know this, you guys go back home next week. I'm going to flip the script on you here, John. John, you sent me some text and stuff last year, tried to get you on the show, just didn't quite work out. You covered Chester last year. Give me your thoughts on the Yellow Jackets.
Well, the Black Diamond's hard to figure. I saw Johnson City last year. I didn't really think they would have much coming into this year, but obviously they're playing much improved ball, and I didn't see Wyant falling off quite that much. But Chester looking very impressive in their first two games. And, of course, tonight they have a nip and tuck game with Cesar Valera. And honestly, guys, I don't know the final score of that game.
Jim, I think did we finally get a final on that ball game? It was 48-32.
At one point, Cesar was up like 22-6 or something like that. Chester came storming back, and they exchanged leads a few times, but I never did see a final on that.
Well, the last update I just had was Chester 48, Cesar Valera, Waltonville, Woodlawn 36. That was with 3:41 to go in the game. That was 9 minutes ago. So Chester was up by 12 with 3:41 in the game 9 minutes ago. But it's shaping up, John, to be a long, long season. John, if people don't know this, I know you've been in the radio business with your father, your whole life? Is that right?
About three decades now, I think, a little better than 3 decades. Jim Muir, he's only 29 years old, so a little bit longer than him. No, I'm just joking, Jim. Yeah, but, he's one of the class guys in this business, and I've learned a lot from him over the years, and the likes of Dan Schnaker and, of course, Bo Meyer over at Nashville. There's some good guys in this business around here. And it makes it a lot easier when you can, work with them and hone your craft a little bit. But I've got a little over 2,400 broadcasts under my belt now, between college and high school sports, and I love it. And I want to do it till they tell me, John, you're too old, go home. So, it's a fun thing to do. Would do it for free, but I'm glad they pay us a little something. But it's a good feeling to be 2-1, guys. And one other thought on Coach Brian Lee down there at Chester, just before we jump topics. He's an outstanding coach. And, he obviously lost a lot of key players from last year. But obviously they're finding a way to adapt and overcome. And it looks like they got some late game separation down there, guys. And, Chester will improve to 3-0 and quite frankly, not surprised to see that happen.
John, thanks so much. John Shepard, voice of the Sparta Bulldogs. Thanks so much for coming on the show. And let's not let it be the last time. Hopefully we'll get you on again. Appreciate it. Nice to see Sparta 2-1 and things hopefully moving up for Coach Kirk and the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and I'm can't wait to get up there to Applebee's and get some half-price appetizers. So maybe we'll see you in the place in a little bit.
There you go, man. That's awesome. Yeah, you can't beat that commercial right there for us right there. But hey, you're listening to the fifth quarter. We've got Les Winkler. Les has been very patient. He's on hold. Les Winkler from the Southern Illinoisan. Les, tell us about the. Not yet. We're working the magic right now. We'll get him in just a second. We're going to. Jim, did Ronnie V ever give us an update? Have we ever got a final? Has there ever been a final score yet from?
My last update from Mr. Van Horn was 48-36 with like 3:40 to go in the ball game. Chester in the lead.
Okay, Les Winkler, thanks for joining. Les Winkler from the Southern Illinois, thanks for joining the fifth quarter tonight.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Thanks for coming on.
Not a problem.
Les, give us your thoughts on the game you covered tonight in the Black Diamond.
Well, it was a very interesting game. Carmi's got a little running back named Logan Weller, who's only about 5'8", 170 pounds, but he's a little dynamo. He had 149 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns, and had 2 touchdowns for about another 107 yards called back on penalties.
Les, what's your take on the Black Diamond right now? Carmine-White County loses to Bismarck-Henning, which is really a great program. They've won a couple in a row, and you've got El Dorado, you've got Fairfield, Johnson City's going to be in the hunt, Chester. That Black Diamond's got some teams.
Yeah, you know what? It's going to be interesting down the stretch. I think Fairfield, Carmine, and the way things are playing out, Fairfield, Carmine, and Chester got to be the three favorites. But boy, oh boy, I'd hate to have to pick a winner with my house and car on the line between those three guys.
How about this, guys? Not to butt in, this is Travis, but Chester just scored again. The game's not over. It's 54-36. Chester's got 54 points now. They were trailing 22-6, guys. They got 54 points.
Yeah, wasn't there a wild finish in that Hamco game, too?
Yeah, Hamilton County threw a 50-yard bomb with no time on the clock. Ball got tipped by a couple guys, and they caught a touchdown in the end zone to win it. You got to love it, though. We talked to Scott Meese earlier, and you as a sports writer, Les, all the years you've covered high school sports and outdoors and all the different things you've covered for the newspaper, isn't it great to get to go to a game and write about a game like this compared to a blowout?
Oh, yeah. I mean, these games are always so much more fun. And it was really a well-played game by both sides, too. Johnson City really threw the ball well tonight. Dakota Edwards completed his first 5 passes. Johnson City kept the big drive alive with a 25-yard pass on a fake punt on about 4th and 12. So it was just a well-played, well-executed game, very quickly played. That's what us old guys really like, because we like to get home early.
You know, one of the things you got to love about high school sports is a game like the Hamilton County Wyant game, where you've got a team that's struggling, a program that is struggling, trying to rebuild, like Hamilton County. Now, don't you think it's going to be a different feel when the Foxes walk on the field to practice on Monday, even though they know that they got a big task in front of them in the Diamond every Friday night? That game tonight will make the season for them.
Oh, you know, that's got to be a big jolt of confidence just to know that you can make a play when it counts. You know, and sometimes when you're down like that, you get the feeling like the world and fate is against you. But if you can turn it around and make something happen, hey, you know, sky's the limit now.
Hey, Les, let me ask you this. When do you guys – I've always wondered this, because obviously the Southern has so many guys covering games all over the area here in 618. When do you decide where you're going to go next week?
Oh, usually Monday afternoon, Tuesday. We take a look. We take a look at the matchup, see who's playing who, and sometimes it depends on people I have available too.
Sure. Well, it seems like you've a great job. You know, the Southern always, with all the different games you cover for the area. It's nice to see that. And you guys were all right. You know, Jim and Justin and myself, we were all texting back and forth saying, "Hey, the whole Southern picked against the Rangers tonight, but you guys were all right. You all picked Pinckneyville. How about the Panthers 3-0?"
Hey, that's a good story too. And then you'd love to see a program that struggled for a couple of years come back and have a good start. And you know, that's a good win for them tonight. I know they beat Red Bud early. Red Bud's down a little bit this year, but you know, that's 2 pretty good wins in a row for them.
Yeah, they're 3-0, and the whole Mississippi division. You know, I mean, obviously Carterville looks like the team in the area. You know, they're 3-0 with a big win tonight, but every conference looks like it's kind. You know, I mean, I know there's some front runners, probably Carterville. You would say in the Mississippi division, then Heron and Murphy right there in the Ohio. But the Black Diamond's wide open. How about the South 7? You talk about wide open. Who in the world is going to end up winning that conference?
Who won the did Triad end up winning
yes.
over Mount Vernon tonight?
Yeah, 42-24. Triad beat Mount Vernon.
And my brother just texted me. Althoff only beat Mater Dei by 10, so that's going to be interesting. I thought maybe Althoff would be really, really strong, but I don't think Mater Dei is that good. So that could be a wide open conference.
And that's one quick question for you. I know you got to run on your deadline, but one of the things we try and do on radio is certainly we want to give a shout out every game to our engineers back at the studio who really have the tough job of keeping us on the air and running commercials. I know we talk about all the games you guys get out and cover, but there's a lot of hard workers back in the office in Carbondale that are on the desk waiting on the scores to come in and waiting on those stories to come in. So give you a chance to shout out to some of those folks.
Oh, let's see. Tonight we got Greg Keller in there, Tom English, Sean England, Chuck Hyland, and Zach Martin. And I'll tell you what, if I had to do what they do, my blood pressure medicine dosage would be doubled.
Hey, final score, guys. Chester 54, Chesterfield, Waltonville, Woodlawn 36. 54-36 is the final in that one.
How about the Wild Black Diamond, Jim? Just looking down, El Dorado scores 50. Chester scores 54. Hamco wins on a Hail Mary. What a wild night for BDC football.
And I think, I believe if everything played out, it's Fairfield and Pleasant Plains tomorrow. I believe they're going to make that game. They're going to get that one scheduled where the forfeit was at.
Okay, so Pleasant Plains, obviously a school up by Springfield. So Fairfield, if you don't know the Black Diamond, everybody had a bye week, a chance to either have a bye or fill in this season. And with Elverado not having football anymore, so some teams, that's why Bismarck, that's who Carmi played week 1. But so Fairfield's at Pleasant Plains tomorrow. Fairfield, we haven't had a chance to talk about them because they didn't play tonight. Fairfield's looked very good the first couple weeks.
Oh, yeah, they're outstanding. I think, Justin Townsend's done a great job there, and he's a great example of a guy that can go back home and get the job done. He's a Fairfield native, played for the Mules over there. So, yeah, I think that most everybody feels like if you got that 4 or 5 teams you talk about in the Diamond, but if you had to pick one, to me, Fairfield's probably maybe the team to beat, I would think.
It should be a fun season. Les, thanks so much. Les Winkler from the Southern Illinois, and thanks so much for coming on the fifth quarter.
Not a problem. Have a good night, guys.
All right, thanks so much. Boy, Jim, it's been an exciting night so far in high school football, week 3. The first week of the show, it's always hard because you don't know what's going on. Everything's new. Second week, you start to get going. But by the third week, it's kind of like a team. You start to get your groove. And I thought just tonight, we had a good job in the pregame together, and you guys called the game. Now we come on the fifth quarter. It's just seemed, obviously, I would rather see the Rangers get a W tonight, but it seemed like it's been good for the broadcast.
I think it's a lot like a football team. You kind of got to work the kinks out sometimes the first week or two, but I feel the same way. I felt like that things leveled out a little bit more tonight. But interesting night of football, really interesting, and it was fun to call the game and then get the scores and see some of these. AJ gets falls way behind, and then comes back and beats Massac, and I think Christopher had El Dorado down. Then the Eagles come back and win. So just kind of a crazy night for football.
Hey, can I just throw this out at you? Adam Rosho, the Rosh, he just told me no Fairfield game tomorrow. Fairfield received a forfeit tonight, so they're 3-0. So okay, that's coming from the Rosh.
They didn't get that game scheduled. Okay.
And he's Mr. Black Diamond. I think he's got a tattoo on his left and right shoulder, BDC. So the Rosh tells us that, and if he doesn't, he's going to have one now. But Fairfield 3-0 with the forfeit win tonight. So Fairfield right there, 3-0. Black Diamond is going to be wild. And going out of the Black Diamond, I think we're going to move to the South 7. Ron Ellis, thanks so much, voice of the Marion Wildcats. Thanks for coming on the fifth quarter tonight.
Glad to do it. It's nice to get home, trust me.
What? So you guys aren't in Champaign, Ron?
I've had nightmares all week about this.
You guys, you play a home game?
Yeah, it felt weird. I didn't have to try. I felt like we joked. We won tonight 42-0, and we joked a little bit off the air. We didn't say this on the air, but about we had time to go to Papa Dale's up in Champaign, get some great pizza, but we chose not to take the 3-hour track north tonight.
Hey, I don't blame you. Nice to be back in the friendly confines there. And Coach Martin and the Wildcats get a big win, 42-0. Tell us about the victory tonight over Harrisburg.
Well, Harrisburg's down this year, and they're one-dimensional. And when you have a one-dimensional team, you can really stop them. They completed one pass tonight, and that was called back for a holding penalty. And other than that, they didn't have a completed pass. This is the third game in a row they have not completed a pass this year. And Marion's defense held Harrisburg to 80 yards total rushing tonight. That's all the offense they had. And it was 21-0 after one quarter. It was 35-0 at halftime. Marion scored on their second possession in the second half, and it was a continuous clock the rest of the game. But it was nice to come in. We had a chance in the second half to play a lot of sophomores. They had lost a game last week because they didn't get to play Centennial with the rain out the night before. So it was nice to get them some action and game time, and it was just a good tune-up, getting ready for a conference starting with Cahokia next week.
Hey, Ron, Jim Muir here. We've talked about the South 7, and you got Centralia at 3-0, but I mean, I think it's going to be up for grabs, don't you?
I really do, Jim. Carbondale is surprised me. I thought they were going to be better here in the early going this year than they have shown. Cahokia is always they're an up and down team. You really never know what to expect from them from one week to another. Coach Galladay is a tremendous coach, and they'll be ready to play. I think the two teams, the really three teams that are the most solid this year, Mount Vernon is very good. They've got the whole package, both on the ground and in the air. Centralia, with their quarterback back this year, he just lights people up. He can run the ball. He can pass the ball. He can do a little bit of everything. You've got Belleville-Waltoff. They're going to be a formidable foe, and I was really interested to see what they do tonight with Breeze Mater Dei at Breeze. That will be a very good game to see what kind of team Belleville has on the road. But we have to go up there this year. And then Marion. We started 0-2, but we lost to two pretty good teams from Champaign, Central and Centennial. And both of those teams are going to they're going to be above 500, both of them, even with Fitzgerald getting hurt and having his ACL torn. He'll be out for the rest of the year, but Raysinger coming in, a senior for Centennial, as a backup, he wasn't any slouch by any stretch of the imagination. So I think those four teams in the South 7, it's going to be a dogfight to see which of those comes out with the conference championship.
Hey, Ron, I think Justin would – go ahead, Justin.
Hello?
Yeah.
Let me jump back in again, and we've talked about this in the past, Ron. The fact that Marion has to go to Champaign back-to-back weekends in weeks 1 and 2, that's kind of another case of your program's success penalizing you, isn't it?
It really is. We talked about that a little bit the week before, and next year we'll be going to Galesburg in week number 3. And, Jim, it's going to get like that, only it's going to be worse. And here's why. The IHSA, in their infinite wisdom, football is the only playoff team or playoff sport that all teams do not go to the state tournament. If IHSA structured it like Indiana, Kentucky, or Missouri, and you either play what they call districts or regions, the last 3 games of the regular season, they could start it 1 week earlier, play the last 3 games in the regular season would be starting the tournament, and you move on. And then everybody could play. And until that happens, you're going to get ridiculous things like what Marion's going to experience and other teams are going to experience, or you're going to see the super conferences set up to where you have 10 or 11 teams in a conference, and you don't have to mess around with this mess. But until that happens, it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It's going to continue to get worse because nobody wants to schedule a team that is any good because you're looking for those 5 wins every year, and you can't blame some of those schools for doing that because that's how you gauge your success nowadays.
It is, and in 2016, the Champaign schools and the other schools in that conference will probably go away from having the opportunity to play us because the 4 teams from Peoria are all independent, and they're tired of having the same problems. And it appears that they're going to finish negotiations, and the 4 Peoria schools will join the Big 12. They'll have 11 teams in the conference at that point, but that'll be a super conference just like the Black Diamond. And you'll have they won't have any non-conference games. And you'll see, the river-to-river conference very smartly is the teams from the Ohio division are starting to schedule all the teams from the Mississippi and vice versa, and you're just going to see a rotation basis, I believe, it's just a matter of a couple of years before all of the schools should be playing. The river to river will be totally playing itself, even though it has two divisions, an east and a west. And I just see that happening more and more, and it makes sense. I mean, goodness gracious, with the IHSA cutting back the money for traveling and making it more difficult that route, and the budget's getting tighter and tighter for these schools are not going to be able to travel 4, 5, 6 hours one way to play a football game, for Pete's sakes, and then come back and have to have your lower classes do the same thing the next day on a Saturday. It just doesn't make any sense financially.
Ron, we've got to get you up in front of the powers that be, man. Ron Ellis has got it figured out, guys. He's got it figured out for what the state needs to do. Ron, how do we get you in front of the powers that be of the state of Illinois and the IHSA?
Well, that'd be a great question. I would be tickled to death. I'd even pay my own way to go up there and talk to these clowns, because what they need to do is they need to get off their fat, lazy, stinking butts and find out what the really is going on out here. Because in northern Illinois, where most of these people are sitting on the board, they travel 35 minutes, and they've got 10, 15, 20 teams at their disposal because the towns are bigger, they're closer together. That's where the population is. And when you get down here to rural America, you've got some sections in the western side of the state, the northwestern side of the state, and the southern half of the state. We're all in the same boat. And these clowns seriously don't give a rat's tail in. That's why we have the situation we do. And until we get some serious people with some serious answers willing to take this problem head on, you're going to find schools that are going to have much, much more difficulty in being able to operate. And eventually what's going to happen, I'm afraid, is that you're going to see the quality of football in the rural areas decrease substantially, and football in the rural areas will go to the wayside.
Ron, can we say it right now? Your bid for the governor 2017 starts tonight.
You don't know how much I would love that. In all seriousness, Travis, I would absolutely love that, but I don't think they're ready for some hick like me.
Ron, we appreciate you coming on the show. Ron Ellis, voice of the Marion Wildcats. They win the night 42-0. And, hey, he's ready to take on the powers that be with the IHSA. Ron, thanks for coming on. We've got a excited caller. Jim, we got a guy just called in. I think it's turned into Hamilton County night. Here on the radio, and we'll tell you when he's ready here just momentarily. But I guess they were traveling in or traveling home, and I think we've got a caller out there tonight that might be excited about a game. Who's out there in Radio Land?
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Well, who is this?
This is Coach Blades.
Brian Blades. Hey, how are you doing?
Well, wonderful after that finish.
What a game. We've all been talking about it. It's been the most tweeted thing in the world tonight. You're trending worldwide, Brian. You are trending worldwide right now. 74 million people know about your game.
Yeah, and they're gonna be liking that on YouTube probably. My wife, so she's like, I'm ready to post that catch on YouTube. Oh, guys, no, I'm super excited. That was amazing. You couldn't have scripted that any better. That was just it's one of the craziest things I've ever been involved in when it comes to football.
Walk us through the final few seconds of that game and set us up with how everything played out, Brian.
Well, we gave up a pass there right at the end, blue coverage. I couldn't tell it was on the far sideline. Brian scored 3.1 seconds to go. My heart sunk. I was like, oh, my gosh, we don't have no time. I huddled the boys at the return team up. I said, look, we're going to have to do a little loop-de-loop trickery here or something. And then it hit me as soon as I walked away. I was like, they're going to kick this sucker right on the ground. And I started hollering at the front line. I said, guys, if it hits you, get down on it. That way we can get one play off. And ironically, the kid that caught it, they kicked it right to the middle guy of the wedge. He caught it, went forward. Well, fortunately, someone tackled him because I was hollering, if you get it, get down. I talked to him later, and he said, I thought you meant run it. And I was like, oh, my gosh, crazy. And who would have thought? So we had 1.6 seconds on the clock. So I call us a go play. I said, well, this is it. We got 50 yards. I said, what else can we do? So we went downtown, 2 Wyant defenders, tip ball, and I got to watch it again on the tape to see exactly how it played out. But all I could see, I was running down the sideline because all I could see was my guy was still running. I thought he has to have the ball. I was like, I'm screaming, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" I just was in shock.
How about a way to get your first victory? This is Brian Blades, head coach of the Hamilton County Foxes. He gets his first varsity career win tonight in a 50-yard touchdown pass his team throws and wins. Will you ever forget this game, Brian, as long as you live?
No. These are the kind that stick with you. I've got, 4 years of freshman JV games, the good and the bad, and they still stick with me. And my nerves still get me every now and then before a game. But, after that, wow. I mean, that's all I can say is, wow, that was just an amazing finish. You won't see that too many times in a lifetime. That's a once in a lifetime. I told the kid that caught it, Tyler Kelly, I said, what you did was a once in a lifetime thing. I said, enjoy it for the rest of your life because people are going to talk about this.
Hey, Brian, this is Justin Wyant. Talking about rebuilding a program over there in Hamilton County and trying to build it into something that you want it to be. Tell us what kind of you get a play like this, a freak play at the end of the game to get a win. Tell us what this does for the community over there.
Well, it should be a big boost to the community. I mean, I like it here with the crowd going nuts behind me, and these people are probably really excited after that. It's something we're working on trying to build to get the program built back up. An exciting win tonight. That just boosts the community. I'm sure Facebook's blowing up, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. It's probably going nuts right now. Who knows? I try to stay out of that. I really don't want to read or hear about it. That's one thing. And, I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff on there tonight, but I'm not even going to mess with it. I'll be honest with you here shortly. I'm going to go in and I'm going to watch it. I want to watch the end of this game again. I've got to, cut the film for Sesser tomorrow, but I want to go in and see the end. I mean, I'm just tickled pink right now. I don't even, the words can't describe how we feel right now as a team and as a community.
That's a great story. That's a great story here in week 3, Brian. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Brian Blades, the victorious coach. First career varsity win, probably the craziest game of his life, and it's the first one. How about that, J&J? Jim and Justin, how about that for Brian, his first win? How's he duplicate it next week?
Absolutely. I mean, just like Justin said, I think it's a great thing. You're trying to rebuild a program and trying to get it back up on its feet, and it's a big thing for that team and for those players and for the community. It's just a really nice win. We love to hear stories like that.
Guys, we're going to wrap things up. We're going to hit the scores one more time. We're going to take one quick last break and come back. We'll get a final thought from Jim Muir, Justin Wyant, and myself, Travis Severin. Great fifth quarter show tonight. We'll be back to wrap things up.
Renly College's Adult Volunteer Literacy Program is looking for volunteers to help stop adult illiteracy. Give the gift of reading and be a hero forever. Renly College will provide you with training and materials to help adults develop the basic reading ability needed to excel. You can work one-on-one, tutor a small group, or work with students in an adult education classroom. Experience the joy of helping others and change a life. Call Renly College's Volunteer Partnership toll-free at 800-369-5321, extension 1342.
Pre-planning services with Leffler Polson Funeral Home may be as simple as recording one's biographical information, instructions, and wishes, or as detailed as selecting a casket and vault in advance. Whatever is discussed will be put in writing and kept in our files for use when needed. Financing may also be arranged in advance, and if you're uncomfortable meeting at the funeral home for planning, Marty will arrange to speak to you in the comfort of your own home. Call Leffler Polson Funeral Home at 438-0021 or request pre-planning information online at lpfuneralhome.com.
Hi, I'm Travis Severin, sales manager for U.S. Bank Home Mortgage in Southern Illinois. We all know how important it is in football to have great coverage in your secondary, and we feel the same with U.S. Bank Home Mortgage. In Southern Illinois, if you're buying your first home or anything in between, we've got you covered. If you live in Southern Illinois, our team has you covered with Becky Clifton in Centralia, Karen Pelker in Mount Vernon, Nani Moore in Benton, and Kathy Lober and Carla Grant in Marion. With the variety of loan programs we offer, coverage is our specialty. U.S. Bank Home Mortgage is an equal housing lender, member FDIC.
If you want a huge selection without a huge price, get to Weeks in Benton for the model year-end clearance event going on now. 2015s are arriving daily, so we must move all remaining 2014s. Find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford with 7 brands to choose from. Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Chevrolet, Polaris, and Victory motorcycles. Now is definitely the time to buy, as there will be huge deals on all 2014 models. That's Weeks in Benton, north of town but south on the price.
Back to the fifth quarter show on Q106.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter. Travis Severin here in studio. They got to be almost back. Jim Muir and Justin Wyant, they covered the Benton Ranger Pinckneyville Panther game tonight from Pinckneyville, a game Pinckneyville won 28-0. Guys, before I give one last tally of all the scores, give me your final thoughts from around the area.
Travis, me and Jim were talking during the commercial right there. I think the Hamilton County victory tonight is probably the story of the night. And the Black Diamond itself, the way the cool weather came in this week and then the play started heating up. I think that division's wide open. I think the Ohio and the Mississippi, starting to shape up a little bit with Carterville taking the reins over there in the Mississippi and maybe Heron over here in the Ohio. But it's going to be interesting to see the way things shake out. But, yeah, Hamilton County, I'm getting on YouTube, and I hope that his wife gets that posted. I'm going to check that out.
Should be exciting. What a great night. Jim, what a fun night. I know it wasn't fun, obviously. The Rangers, we wanted them to win tonight. They lost tonight 28-0, but what a night for high school football everywhere else.
Absolutely, and I think what we established tonight was starting to maybe separate the contenders from the pretenders a little bit, and I think some of the teams that you see kind of are coming to the top. I agree with Justin about the Hamilton County story. I love stories like that, and I'm thrilled for Dean Kelly. He does does color with Tom Maldy, our friends from WMCL, and it's got to be a great night for them to be able to get to broadcast a game like that. And on top of that, Dean Kelly's son catches the winning pass. So congratulations to Tyler Kelly, and yeah, it's a great storyline there. The only thing I think, I'm the biggest critic of what we do, and great night for everything as far as I'm concerned. Great fifth quarter program. The only thing I wish that we could get Ron Ellis to say what he really means and quit beating around the bush. Other than that, I think it's been a great night.
I leaned over, and Ashley and I are in the studio, and I said, do we have a 7-second delay? We might have to hit it, because Ellis was on a rampage. I was like, oh, Lord, what's he going to say? What's he going to say? It's live radio, please.
Yeah, good stuff it was. So great night of high school football, and we'll look forward to seeing conference play start next week.
Don't forget, everybody, tune in tomorrow morning. Back for 2 hours, power packed tomorrow. I can't talk. Power packed tomorrow. Talking sports, Saturday morning talking sports. Jim Muir will be right here. Our very own Jim Muir, Hall of Famer, 8 to 10 tomorrow morning, talking with everybody from all over the sun about high school sports. How about the Cardinals? Was that a final? Cardinals final tonight, 5-1. Wow. How about them Cardinals, Justin?
14 games to go.
Yeah, baby, 14. We're still 3.5 up on the Pirates?
I believe.
Yeah, that's good stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap things up. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Had a fun show tonight. Are you guys back to Southern Illinois now? I mean, are you in Franklin County yet?
We've been sitting in a bank parking lot in Sasser for 30 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. All right, I'm going to wrap it up for the fine folks here at Dana Communications. Great job by Ashley tonight. Ashley Bites, our radio board operator. Miss everything here at Q106. She's probably been here about 19 hours today. We appreciate it. She's been running back and forth, guys, hitting buttons, getting people on the phone. We had a lot of fun. I appreciate she knows what she's doing. Appreciate her being here. And for all the fine folks, everybody that does everything here for us at the station, I'm Travis Severin saying so long, goodbye, God bless. Thanks for tuning into the fifth quarter.